Coming to get you, Barbara.
When there's no more room in hell.
And we are live. What's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday night to you all. Hope you're doing well. It's been a bit of a weird bummer of a week in many ways. But it's important to come on, talk about things you love, talk about things you enjoy, and just distract yourself from the craziness of the world, and all the shit that's going on around us. So that's what we're here to do tonight, and that's what I intend to do. And tonight we're taking a side road. Of course, you guys know I major in Romero, but I also minor in the horror genre as a whole. And tonight I'm giving you guys, I talked about this like a month ago or so, about doing this show. My personal favorite top 10 non-Romero, top 10 favorite horror films of all time. And looking forward to doing this, because you guys know, if you watch the streams, you watch the channel, you guys know my favorites when it comes to Romero. You hear me talk about Romero all the time. Every now and then I'll throw in, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And tonight we're going to dig in to my definitive, and I've been thinking about this one for a while, and it, like, literally there's a list of about 25 films that I could put on this list. So it took me a while to really whittle it down and figure out, like, okay, what are my essential top 10 favorite horror films of all time? And it's perfect timing. It's spooky season, man. It's September. Football has started, as you can see. Go Pack Go. Great, off to a great start for my Packers. Football season started. It's starting to cool down a little bit, and the leaves are starting to turn. It's getting a little crazy. That smell is in the air, and Halloween is just right around the corner. And this is the time of the year that I go back and literally most of these I go back and rewatch every year around this time, just because it's the perfect time to do so. So thought this was a perfect time to do it. Had a great time last week with Mr. George Dimick, writer-director. Had a fantastic conversation with George. Thanks again, George, if you're out there watching. Thank you again for your time. Had him on here for a little over 2.5 hours, which you guys know that's kind of how I do things around here. I tend to go long sometimes because when I get into the flow of things and I just start talking about Romero or horror or whatever, we can kind of go. And having somebody like George on, a guy that I've really wanted to talk to and learn more from, yeah, it was a really good conversation. If you guys missed that, go back, check that out. Great show. Learned a whole lot of new stuff. Learned a lot about George, and would love to have him back on at some point. We talked about doing another Knight Riders commentary at some point with him and his son Carson. I think that would be really cool. I'd love to have them on because those guys love that film. So again, thank you, George, if you're out there. Appreciate it, man. That was a really good conversation. Had a blast. A lot coming up. Of course, Living Dead weekend in October. It's coming up right around, it's like, 5 or 6 weeks at this point away from the October show. It's the return of the Living Dead weekend. Made some more announcements that I don't think I've really talked about the past couple of weeks. Some more guests. Some screenings announced. Dawn of the Dead will be screening, a midnight screening of Dawn of the Dead in the theater, in the mall, which is like a dream come true. That's the big thing that I'm really looking forward to experiencing this year at a Living Dead weekend in October. That'd be just kind of a dream come true to finally get to see Dawn of the Dead on the big screen in the mall. So that's pretty big. It's gonna be on Saturday night. Tickets are on sale now if you plan on going. I don't think they've sold out yet. But I think it's limited to like 300 or whatever, the capacity of the theater is. But I mean, you can't beat that. And I think there's a Friday screening of Return of the Living Dead as well with the Friday after party. And from what I've heard and kind of what I've gathered, like, there's something pretty cool planned for the after party as well. So keep a lookout for that. If you plan on going, look forward to seeing you there. Should be a lot of fun. So that's coming up in a few weeks. So got some shows planned on the docket for that one, leading up to that I think will be really fun, really cool. So yeah, so yeah, just yeah, I don't know, man. It's been kind of a shitty week. I don't we don't talk politics, and honestly, I couldn't couldn't care less. I couldn't give two shits and a Google about your political beliefs, because I don't really sway one way or the other. I'm like George Carlin. It's all a freak show. I'm just gonna sit back and watch. Um, but the events of this week, it was pretty not cool. In any way you slice it, and some of the people's response to it has just been really unfortunate and disappointing. That may be like even the worst part about it. So um, I don't want to talk about it too much. I haven't said anything about it. I haven't really talked about it. I don't want to talk about it, even with just people in my own life. Um, but yeah, I'll just say it's been a very good week to just kind of step back and just disconnect from a lot of social media and all that, and just kind of go outside and touch grass, as they say. Um, so hopefully I can distract you guys, distract myself from all that a little bit tonight, and we can talk about instead of thinking about the horror and the carnage in the real world, we can talk about the made up, make believe horror and carnage from over the years, and talk about some of my favorite horror films of all time. So we'll do that. We'll do that. Um, well, yeah, let's see who we got in the chat already. Let's see a few people in here. I saw Synth pop in here. Hey there, watching from Beijing. What's up, Synth? And trying to sort out a luggage screw up. So much fun. Oh, that's terrible, man. That's like the worst place to have a luggage screw up is in China. But very cool that you're tuning in all the way from China. I'm telling you, man, I gotta know. Do they have all you can eat American buffets in China? I gotta know that. Like, that'd be fucking hilarious if there was just like a buffet full of just like nothing but Twinkies and whatever would constitute as American food. But very cool, man. Be safe and have fun and enjoy yourself. Sightsee. I think that's a great thing to do is just getting out there, especially someplace like China. It's like someplace that like most people will never get a chance to go to, and the fact that you get to do that, it's pretty fucking awesome. Um, so yeah, have a good time, man. Be safe, and let me know about that all you can eat American buffet. Um, we got Rick, the North Going Llama, is in the house. What's going on, Rick? Hope you're doing well, my man. We got Bonnie Bailey. How you doing, Bonnie? I saw you in the Garf chat the other night. That was pretty cool. That was a fun conversation. If you guys missed that, go check it out on the Garf Network. They had a Children of the Living Dead reunion, which the movie's terrible, and I don't know anybody that likes that movie, but the conversation was incredibly entertaining and enlightening, to say the least. They had Tor Ramsey, the director, which I didn't knew nothing about Tor. Like, I just knew the name from Children of the Living Dead, and I was like, oh, that guy must really suck. Like, he must be the shits. But actually listening to him talk about the film and his experiences working with the film and the struggle that he had to put up with in getting that film made for whatever it became was pretty entertaining and interesting, to say the least. Then, of course, they had Savini on there, which Savini was in rare form. Savini was just motherfucking everybody, it seemed like. Yeah, it was pretty fucking hilarious. He had no patience for any bullshit. Um, and Marty Schiff was on there. Michael Felsher popped in at the end. It was a really fun conversation. So I highly recommend checking that out over on the Garf Network if you get a chance. Um, and it kind of inspired me. Like, maybe, Synth, whenever you get back, man, you got some free time. Children of the Living Dead watch along. I think it needs to happen because I need to revisit that movie because I literally, I don't even know if I've ever watched that movie all the way through, to be honest with you. Because I remember renting it when it came out and thinking like, holy shit, this is gonna be awesome. It's the creators of Night of the Living Dead, because it came out what, 99, 2000, something like that. So I remember renting it at like Blockbuster on VHS or DVD or whatever it was at the time. I'm guessing VHS because I don't think I had a DVD player at the time. And popping it in that first 10 minutes with Savini, the zombie hunter. That first 10 minutes of the movie is awesome. It's so fun. And then after that, it's just like it takes a hard left turn into Shitsville. And I vaguely remember turning it off, and I don't know if I ever went back and rewatched it all the way through. I think I've tried a couple of times over the years, and I always just end up just turning it off and just saying, fuck it. but it may be time. It may be time. But how you doing, Bonnie? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Matt, what's going on, brother? Matt Landrum's in the house from Drone of the Dead. Check him out. Um, Hope you're doing well, my man. I saw you were at the Nine Inch Nails concert the other night. That was pretty. That must have been pretty fucking cool. I'd love that. That's a band I'd love to see because that was a huge band for me growing up. Was Nine Inch Nails. Um, so I hope you enjoyed that, and there's some footage of it if you guys are interested on his channel. Um, so go check that out. Hope you're doing well, man. We got Steven Ustrack Jr.'s in the house. Howdy, campers. Howdy, Steven. How you doing, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, nice cheesy synth pop. Yeah, thought that was a fun. I figure I'm doing something outside of the realm of Romero tonight, so I'll do something different. And one of my favorite scenes in any horror movie ever is that fucking just random robot dance scene that she's doing in Friday Part Five. I don't know, something like I don't know. I don't know, mesmerizing about it or something. And of course the pseudo echo, there is a man with no life in his eyes. Wow, wow. That's a great song. I love that because I love that type of music. But so yeah, I just thought I'd use that as the little intro video tonight, and good song too. Good song. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I do kind of minor in Russo. Although I don't know, man. I don't know if I take it all that seriously. But Matt says not Cynthia Miners and Booba. Yeah, I wish, man. I wish. There's still so much of Tony's that I need to see. I mean, of course, that Blu-ray, the Lightning Over Braddock Blu-ray, has so much of Tony's short films, but Tony's done so much over the years. So many films, so many documentaries, so many shorts. I still need to see No Pets, the film that he made in the early '90s with Laurie Cardill and John Amplas. I mean, I still need to see that. But yeah. So I would say I have I dabble in Booba and Russo. I'll say that. We'll go there. But yeah, everybody knows I love Tony. I love Tony's work. Yeah, Bonnie. This week has been depressing. Looking forward to this to help lift my spirits. Yeah. Like I said, to me, it's not a political issue. It really isn't of like what happened this week. And if you guys have seen the footage, and I didn't want to see it, but I'll be goddamned. You get on social media, and it's just, especially Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Like that's just it's literal like the bottom of the barrel when it comes to social media for me, because you just hop on there and people are just it's everywhere. You can't avoid it. And I don't understand. I don't know how a human being can see that. I don't care what your political beliefs are, what you feel about a person. I don't know how somebody sees that and is just like and celebrates and is just happy about it. It's like, oh, great, that's awesome. It's just like if that's something you feel like you can celebrate about or feel happy about, then you really you really need to seek help. And that's not me being mean or saying whatever, but you're not in a good place as a human being if you can see something like that. And the part that gets me is that as a father of a a 4-year-old girl and one on the way, those kids are never going to know their dad, and they're never going to grow up knowing. And that if that doesn't affect you in some way, I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, just you probably need to seek some help or something. I don't know, but it's just it's terrible all the way around. But hey, let's talk about scary movies. Get our minds off this shit. Justin Moreno, what's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Hey, I got it tonight, man. I had to go get an 8-pack of Guinness last night. Just having the craving. I'm no Iron City. I don't have any Iron City, so I couldn't do that. But hey, next best thing is the Guinness for me. So I had to grab a few cans of Guinness. But hope you're doing well, man. I hope you're doing good. Yeah. I really George is such a cool, down to earth guy. Like that was my first time really ever talking to him. Like other than just a few messages on Facebook when I messaged him about the Knight Riders commentary. And then we just kind of went back and forth, and I didn't hear from him for a while. And then he messaged me and was like, "Hey, I'm available these weekends if you ever want to do a show." And I'm like, "Oh, hell yeah. Like anytime, man, whatever works for you." And he was a little nervous before we came on. I remember he was just like, "Oh man, I've never done anything like this before. You know, going like live and people are watching live. I hope I don't say anything stupid." And I'm like, "Dude, I say stupid shit every week. Don't worry about it. Like, you're not gonna out stupid me. I get on here and I'll just babble for who knows how long, and Lord knows what the hell I'm gonna say." But he was awesome. He was fantastic. Everybody check it out. Like I said, if you've never seen any of his films or anything, you can find out more information about his work because he's done a whole lot of stuff. It's fcpfilms.com. So yeah, check that out. George, great guy, great guy. Love to have him back. Since saying McDonald's, KFC, and Taco Bell right next to our fancy Marriott hotel, and it sounds like America. So that's it's like the Ramstein song. We are living in America. So yeah, I bet you feel right at home. Although you're California, I don't know how many KFCs and shit you got in California, um, but yeah, very cool, man. I'm really happy for you. I can't wait to hear because you've been sending pics and stuff in the group chat all week from because you just came from Japan, so you went from Japan to China. My man's a world traveler. My man's a world traveler. So, very fucking cool. Um, that Garf show was fun. Yes, must watch. Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it. I'm down. Like that's one of those movies that I've always just been like, I don't know, how to sit through this fucking thing. But dude, if me and you are watching it, we've proven that we can get through any low level shit. So yeah, let's do it, man. We'll schedule it when you get back. I'm waiting for my daughter to make her cameo appearance. She was staying the night at her grandparents' house last weekend, so that's why you didn't see her. But I'm guaranteeing you, she will. She'll be up here at some point. So, um, I'm keeping an ear out. I always feel like I hear her coming. Um, Bonnie's saying, yes, it's the room of horror movies without the charm. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. And just to hear those guys talk about it, like, they were all just like, yeah, it's the biggest piece of shit in the world. I apologize. I'll give you your money back for it. But I feel like, in some weird way, by the end of that conversation, like, more people were just kind of like, all right, it's kind of cool, like me. Like, I'm like, all right, I'll go back and revisit it, just out of morbid curiosity, if nothing else. Brad, what's going on, brother? 1911 Guitar Dude. Hey, everyone. Says, what's going on, Brett? Hope you're doing well, my man. We got Kenneth Costa popping in here. What's up, Kenneth? How you doing, brother? It's happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you, my man. Matt says, haven't seen No Pets either. Need to pick it up from Tony. That'd be a cool watch along too. Yeah, I think it's available on his website. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's where I saw it. It's a DVD. It's I still need to get it. It's like 20 something dollars, I think. But yeah, it's one I definitely need to check out at some point because it's Laurie Cardill and John Amplas, and Tony Bubba directing. So I'm curious. I don't even know what the hell it's about. I'm just curious to see what it is, because I think it's a narrative film, right? So I mean, Tony Bubba usually does documentary, short film stuff like that. So it'd be cool to see. Cool to see Tony do a narrative film, especially with those two great actors there. Michael Rashpaul, what's going on, Michael? Said great Dawn of the Dead commentary. Thank you. Yeah, that's I put that up. I put that together like just for the shits and giggles of having it because I know we did that Dawn of the Dead commentary back in April, I think. And of course that was the night that Paul got shit faced and Matt's power went out because a tornado was blowing through the Atlanta area around that time. So I mean it was a chaotic commentary, but it was a shitload of fun, and I just put it together just for my own thing. I was like, I'll just put the commentary over the film and just have it to have it. And I was like, well, I'm gonna be gone. We went on vacation up to Gatlinburg for a few days that weekend. I didn't have anything put out, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just throw this out there for people to see, and I thought it was pretty fun. I tuned in a couple of times as it was going on, as we were sitting in the hotel, and I was just like, yeah, it is kind of funny just to listen to this idiots babble about Dawn of the Dead. I don't know, but thanks, man. Good to see you. Grande, what's going on, brother? Grande's Graveyard is in the house. Everybody go check out Grande's Graveyard. I missed, I got to go back and watch it. You did the Todd Salons retrospective the other night, and I'm a huge Welcome to the Dollhouse fan. That's one of my all-time favorite films. That's one of those films that I remember seeing on IFC for the first time back in the day and just falling in love with it. And and I still to this day love that movie. So I'd love I got to go back and listen to your comments on that. I'm not the rest of his stuff I'm not too familiar with, to be honest with you. But that's the beautiful thing about Grande's Graveyard is you never know what the fuck he's gonna be talking about, and when he talks about it, the dude seems to know everything about it. So he's a fucking savant. He's an amazing kid. And again, I apologize for whipping your ass in fantasy football last weekend as well. So hey, better luck to you this weekend, sir. Um, But yeah. So me and Grande are in a fantasy football league together now. It's pretty cool. It's a very competitive league too. I'll say that. So it should be a fun season. But hope you're doing well, my man. Um, Rick saying hello. Hope all is doing well. Or hello all. Hope everyone's doing well. That's what you're saying. Um, since Savini got to show more action chops. Yeah. And it's funny because I think at one point they said like the producer, I can't remember who it was, but it was just like, why don't we have Savini in this more? Other than the first 10 minutes. And they're just like, yeah, that's what we were fucking trying to tell you. But at the time they were just like, who's Tom Savini? Why would we use him in the whole movie? It's like Savini's not the draw. Abbott Hayes is the draw of this movie, and I laughed when I heard that. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the stories they were telling about Karen Wolf, who was I think the writer of the film. It was just mind blowing. Because she was under the impression that like zombies couldn't come out during the day, and she had never seen Dawn of the Dead or any of the other films, and she knew jack diddly shit about the genre. But for some reason, I think it was because her dad was a investor or producer in the film or something like that. Yeah, Joseph Wolf. Duh. Um, yeah, so she got kind of crowbarred into that role and had nothing to fucking to offer anybody. So it was an interesting, fun conversation. I highly recommend everybody checking it out. Uh, we got Stezio. What's going on, Stezio? In the house. Hey, y'all. 12-hour shift today. Hope I can stay awake until you have Halloween on the list. I don't know. Will it be on the list? You guys know I'm a huge Halloween Ends fan. Is that going to make the top 10? We'll see. You guys know I'm fucking crazy. When I did my top 10 zombie films, I had fucking Zombie 90 and some other shit. Because literally, it's my top 10 favorite. Like, I'm not saying these are great films or anything, but these are my favorite films. Although the 10 that I got tonight, I think pretty much widely regarded as classic horror films. So I don't think it'd be too out of left field for some of you guys. But yeah, we'll see. I'll say there's a pretty good chance that Halloween will end up on the list somewhere. And I do want to preface as well. The criteria that I use for this list, top 10 horror films, I didn't include any of the zombie films that I included in my top 10 non-Romero top 10 non-Romero zombie films list, like Fulci's Zombie, Return of the Living Dead. What was the other? 28 Days Later. Those would have all probably made the list somewhere. Top 10, top 15 somewhere. But I decided since I've already talked about those, I've already kind of gone into my thoughts and experiences with those. I'll leave those out, but those would be kind of included. Like I said, there's like 25 films that I could put on this list. So narrowing it down to, and I have an honorable mention pile here as well that we'll start with. But narrowing it down to that top 10 was pretty fucking hard. Paul, what's going on, brother? Hello, good sir, my loving LDW friends. And that commentary was legend. It was a legendary commentary, mostly due to you, my man. You were fucking hilarious that night. But yeah, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. I know you got somewhat of a pseudo promotion at work, so congratulations on that. That's really cool to hear. You're going to be joining the world of the living, working a normal work shift now instead of a night shift. So congratulations on that. I know how hard it is to work a night shift. I used to work nights all the time, and I felt like a fucking vampire. I'd work all night, stay up till about 5, 6 in the morning. Like when the sun would come up, that would be like, okay, it's time to go to bed. And then I'd go to bed and wake up, especially in the winter. You wake up at 4 p.m. in the wintertime, and it's already dark, so you don't see daylight. Yeah, those were fun days. When I was in my 20s and single and just fucking stay up all night, fucking sleep all day, and yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how you did it for so long, but congratulations on that, man. Good to see you. Let's see here. Anybody else pop in? Grande saying hi to folks. Grande saying, "Oh man, Dollhouse is tremendous." I sang it's great. Oh, good, good. It's such a weird fucking little '90s indie movie, and I fucking love every bit of that movie. It's so like the brother, like his whole thing of just like I want to get in a good college. Like I'm not gonna do that. And the band that he puts together is like the most quirky, awkward fucking band ever. It's great. Um, and one of those movies that was like be like yeah no like nobody would ever make this today, that type of thing. It's like nobody would get away with making that today. um Rick saying, hey, how was your mountain getaway? Hope you and yours had a good time. Yeah, we had a great time. I don't know if it was much of a vacation because when you take a 4-year-old to Pigeon Forge and there's just arcades and rides and go-karts and stuff everywhere, it's just like you're running from place to place. And I'll say this, like my daughter, 4 years old, and she's not scared of shit. Like she was riding every ride. Like we went to this place called the Island, and it's just like a little like amusement park, little not really amusement park, but it has a bunch of rides. Like it has a giant like the big Ferris wheel there. Like that was the first thing she wanted to ride. I was like, I don't know, because I'm not the biggest fan of heights, to tell you the truth. Um, but she wanted to ride that. And then, of course, there were these other rides that would like spin you around and turn you upside down and all this shit. And I've never been a big guy I've never been a big ride guy. Like when it comes to like the fair or amusement parks or anything like that. But I'll be goddamn, like she rode everything there multiple times. The big kid ride, like she was just having a blast. So we were just chasing her around, and I was carrying her around all over the place, and it was a lot of fun. And I will say this special shout out if she's watching the one of the managers at the hotel that we were working at was a big horror fan. I was wearing my Martin shirt, and I went in at night one time to get a cup of coffee from the lobby, and she was like, "Oh, what is your shirt?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's this movie Martin from George Romero." And she's like, "Oh, really? I've never seen that. I'm a huge horror fan. I've never seen that." I'm like, "Hey, check it out." So I gave her the YouTube channel here. I was like, "Hey, I do a YouTube channel talking about Romero and horror and stuff." So she was very cool, very cool. So if you're watching, if you're checking this out at any point, we had a good stay. The hotel was nice. It was comfy. It did its job. So thank you for the accommodations. I appreciate it. But yeah, it was a great time. Like I said, I don't know if it was much of a vacation. I was pretty wore the fuck out when we got home, but hey, that's what you do when you take your 4-year-old on vacation. So, Grandson Alpha and Josh Allen power bomb me through a table. Yeah, I had the power of Josh Allen, but like I told you in my other league, I was playing against Josh Allen, so I lost that one. I lost in that league, won in the other one, so it's like, it's a 50-50 thing. But we'll see what happens this week. I don't know. It's not looking too good for me right now already. I had Bill Krosky Merritt, and who was the other guy that completely fucking flopped? Can't remember who the hell. I don't think it was Matthew Golden. I don't think. Either way, I didn't do too fucking much this week already, so we'll see what the hell happens. Since I love Todd's Happiness So Dark, yeah, that's one I've heard of from multiple different people that I need to check out. That's definitely one that I've heard quite a bit about. Yeah, Carney said just reviewed it. Sam, definitely his best movie. Oh, it's his best film. Okay, well, I'll definitely check that out. Maybe look a little more into his filmography as a whole at some point. Zombie 90 is fun. Oh, dude, I love Zombie 90. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's a movie I can watch anytime and have a fucking blast with. It's one of those movies. It's so bad. You're like, how did this ever get made? Like, what did they spend any money on this? Like, it's one of those movies that's like, I could see how this could have gotten made, but I can't see how it got any distribution. Like, how did this end up in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, for me to stumble across in a video store to watch? It's just like, what end did they have there? Yeah, love Zombie 90. It didn't make this list though. It did not make this list. I'll say that. Rick said, yes, the original Halloween was great, late 70s, 78. Remember, I had to sneak to the theater to see it. Oh, you saw it on the original run. That's pretty awesome. My mother really didn't want me to see it. Yeah, I mean, back then, I mean, you got to think that was kind of the first time anybody really saw anything like that, like a slasher, guy in a mask, stalker movie, which I don't really consider. Well, I guess I could save this for later, but I'll just say I don't really consider Halloween a slasher film. a technical slasher film is what we all kind of know slashers to be. It's more of a stalker film. It, it's a level above your typical slasher. I'll say it's something, you know, different. It's not a Friday the 13th or something like that. Although it did inspire all those films for sure. Um, since as a night person, I like working at night. Yeah, I didn't mind it either. But after a while, it's just like you need some vitamin D. You know, you need some sunlight every now and then, or you just start, you just start going out of your mind sometimes. Um, but so yeah, I was just one of those guys. 'Cause I know people that work nights and can stay up for hours and hours and hours, and then get up at a decent hour and still have a day to do stuff. And I was just not that guy. I was the guy that would just lay in bed and had nothing else to do except get up and go to work. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna sleep all day. What else? What else do I got to do? Matt says, "Did you go to Dollywood?" No, it's funny. I've been to Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, probably 15, 20 times in my life at this point. Like that was just kind of the go-to place for us to vacation when I was younger because it was in driving distance and ton of stuff to do. I mean, it's affordable. It's I love it. I love the mountains. I love being in the mountains. I just love that part of Tennessee, the eastern Tennessee, that area. It's one of my favorite places on earth. Like it's probably second behind Pittsburgh for me. Like if I'm going anywhere, I would love it's either Gatlinburg or Pittsburgh. Like that's preferred a vacation. I'm not much of an ocean guy or anything. I'm more of a mountain guy, I guess. But it's funny. I've never been to Dollywood. I've never been to Dollywood. It just seems kind of like there's so much other stuff to do there. Like I don't know why I would want to go spend a whole day at an amusement park when the whole town that it's in is basically a one giant amusement park. Um, maybe someday though, maybe someday, but just never really been dying to ever go. But um, and you said that's where we found Emery doesn't like roller coasters. Yeah, I don't like roller. I found that out when I was younger. When we went to Six Flags and I rode my first roller coaster, and after that I've never rode another one. So, um, although I have the sneaking suspicion that I will be riding one at some point soon because my daughter. It seems like that's kind of her thing. I'll just say that. Um, So I guess I got to get over that fucking fear. Ben, what's going on, brother? Ben Grimm is in the house. I usually need a couple days vacation after my. Well, I took an extra day off when we got back, that's for sure. So I had that extra day to kind of recover a little bit and kind of do laundry and kind of regather myself before I went back to work. So luckily I made that brilliant decision. But yeah, I could use another vacation of just nothing. Like I just want to do nothing. Um, but yeah, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Rick says, I hear what you're saying. Halloween was a thriller type, not so much gory, bloody like Friday the 13th or Dawn of the Dead, not as juicy. Yeah, but I think, I don't know, I think it's just, it's so effective in what it does that I don't think it needed that. And I think it's where a lot of the sequels after it kind of, I don't know, it kind of failed. Like that, what I loved about Halloween was the build up and the suspense and you're just watching you're watching Nancy Loomis talking on the phone in the kitchen, and in the background you see Michael in the window, and she walks one way, comes back the other, and he's gone. Like to me that's so much better than just pop out of somewhere and fucking gut you or something. You know what I mean? Like, which I love that there's a place for that, but I think that's the beauty of Halloween is that it's a slow creepy build up all the way through. um no, no, son. I've never been to Kennywood either. I'm not much of an amusement park guy. If I'm in Pittsburgh, like my amusement park is fucking Monroeville Mall. Like that's my Disney World. Like, so yeah, I've never been to Kennywood either. Um, Matt says we went to Alcatraz East, some pretty cool stuff in there too. Yeah, I've always wanted to go there. The one I've always wanted to go to the fucking Titanic exhibit that they have there. And every time I'm just like, all right, we're going to the Titanic exhibit this year. We never do. I don't know why, but it's just like we get sidetracked with so many other things before we know it. It's time to go home. So there's just so much to do in that town. Not even just Gatlinburg, but of course you got Pigeon Forge, and if you could spend a whole day just driving through the mountain areas. I love just doing that. It's nothing better. I had So like years back, probably about God, what 7, 8 years ago, probably 6, 7 years ago, I took a just a solo trip to the mountains. And this is back when I was writing some music. So I took a trip to the mountains, got a room, and just I was like, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna write some. I took my guitar and I'm just like, I'm just gonna chill, write some songs, maybe go out at night and just go up into the mountains and just kind of deflate. This is when I was single and just kind of Um, and I had a hybrid at the time. I was driving a Hyundai Sonata hybrid, and I drove it all the way to the top of the mountain and went up there and just kind of hung out and sight saw and all that. And then driving it back down in a hybrid, because if you're not hitting the gas, it's all battery, so it just your engine shuts off and it's just complete quiet. You roll down your windows, you go down that hill, and you're just coasting all the way down the hill, and it was the most peaceful, quiet ride I think I've ever taken. I don't know. It was a beautiful experience. I don't know. Um, Stesio saying random thought. What about a top 10 film score slash soundtrack list? That's a good one. I mean, I'll do that at some point, man. Like I said, I have a whole like list of shit that like I said, I talked about doing this one like a month ago. And it was just like, all right, I'm gonna finally get around to it this weekend. I was like, what do I want to do for a show this weekend? I'm like, I could do my top 10 favorite horror films. Period. I know it's a diversion from Romero talk, um, it'd be fun. It's something I want to do, and if I want to do it, I'm gonna fucking do it. So, but yeah, score soundtrack list would be definitely a good one. It's definitely on the list. I'll do that at some point. But like I said, I have a whole list of like ideas and shit for shows um, that I want to do. I still need to do a Jason Romero ranking show. All the Russo films, the Booba films, the Heinzman films, Night 90, Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, anything that's like Romero adjacent. Like I want to do a countdown of that, of my favorites of those. But I still need to see a few of those. Maybe over time, me and Synth can roll through some of those watch-alongs and catch up on those, so I can finally do that. Since I love roller coasters and other action rides, luckily I don't get seasick either with all the bird slash whale watching trips I've done. Yeah, I'm not much of an ocean guy. I don't really want to be on a boat. I have no interest in ever doing like a cruise. I don't understand I don't know. I'm just one of those guys that's like, I can't sit still for long periods of time. I can't be in one place at a time. Like I need to travel around and get into shit and see what I can find. One of my favorite things to do is just to drive and try to get lost. Like we're here, or if I'm on vacation, like we went to Colorado a few years back. Uh, Jade, I dropped her off. I think she was getting her nails done or something. She wanted to get her nails done. So I was like, all right, I'm going to drop you off. Then I'm just going to drive. And so I dropped her off. She was there for about an hour. So I took that hour and just tried to get lost in the mountains, in the Rocky Mountains, and came across like these little towns and these little, convenience stores, like these. It was really cool. I love doing shit like that, just to see what weird, crazy shit I can come across. And I always try to do that when I'm in the Gatlinburg Smoky Mountains area. Um, yeah, Titanic Museum was right too. Yeah, I mean, and it's so cool because you see it's the Titanic. You see the boat is there and the iceberg next to it and stuff. And I've seen that since I was a kid, and I was a huge Titanic fan. Of course, I was the age range when the movie came out, and I was obsessed with it. That was like my first movie obsession, probably, was Titanic. Maybe Terminator 2 when I was really younger. Like that was like my favorite movie when I was really young. But when I first saw Titanic, it blew my mind when I was a kid because the effects and the boat, and the hero dies in the end, which was something I wasn't used to when I was a kid. So I just became obsessed with the whole story. Like I'd research it, read books about it and stuff, the history of the Titanic and stuff. So we'd always pass it, and I'd always see it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go there one day, I'm gonna go there one day. I still never done it. And at this point, I don't know if it would be something that Everly would be super interested in. So it's one of those things. It's like maybe we'll go sometime when she's not with us or something like that. But you know, I'll check it out one day, one of these days, as they say, one of these days. Since it's the landlubber, yeah, long random road trips are a blast. Yeah, that's my favorite. That's why I drive to Pittsburgh. I'd rather drive than fly. Like I've flown twice. We flew to Pittsburgh the first time. Flew to Colorado. But if I can, I'd just rather drive. I'd rather take a 10, 12 hour trip to somewhere and just drive, just to sightsee, just to pass through places that you never get to see. Um, so yeah, I'm much more of a road trip guy than I don't know, a plain guy. And like I said, I'm not much on heights either, so that kind of makes me uneasy as well. But yeah, so we can get into the top 10 here in just a second. But like I said, I do have some honorable mentions to talk about first. I'll go through these fairly quickly, not super quick, but I do want to spend a couple of minutes on some of these. These didn't make the top 10, but they probably could, depending on my mood, um, depending on how I'm feeling at the time. But we'll go ahead and get into it, so we're not here all night. Because I know I have a tendency to ramble about this stuff sometimes. But so yeah, some honorable mentions that didn't make the top 10 here. Starting out, we got Black Christmas from the great Bob Clark. This is definitely one that I watch every year. Not typically around this time. I usually wait until until we get to Christmas time. I mean, of course, Black Christmas is a perfect Christmas movie for a weird freak like me. But this is definitely on my favorites list. Bob Clark, great Bob Clark. Starring Olivia Hussey, Margot Kidder, John Saxon. 1974. This came out. I think this came out, if I remember correctly, this came out the same weekend as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like I remember hearing that somewhere. You imagine, like, we live in a time now where it's like if a great horror film comes out once a year, it's like, wow, mind blown. Back then, it's like, okay, the same weekend we're gonna get Black Christmas and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, two of the all-time classic horror films ever. But yeah, I love this movie. To me, this is a like serious precursor to Halloween. I know people say, like, there's the argument: did John Carpenter rip off Bob Clark's Black Christmas when he was making Halloween? I'm sure he was. Which Carpenter has said in the past in interviews. I'm pretty sure that he was not inspired by this movie at all. Like, I think he said he didn't even see it, and it's kind of hard to believe. But at the same time, it's this really isn't. Again, kind of like Halloween, it's not your typical, like your prototypical slasher. We never really know or see who the killer is, and I think that's the brilliant, creepy part about it. The performances in this are really good. Margot Kidder's great in it. Olivia Hussey, like, her character kind of sucks, but John Saxon. I mean, there's levity in this. There's a little bit of comedy to it. The whole fellatio thing where she's given the phone number to the police officer and the Barney Fife character basically. And just the vibe of it. I mean, it's Christmas time. And it's a great, like I said, it's a great Christmas movie for weirdos like us because it does capture that feel of Christmas, but at the same time, it's so dark and so gritty that it's unnerving. Especially the opening kill with the plastic wrap around the grunge. You see her in the rocking chair in the window. I mean, it's an iconic image in and of itself. And I remember the first time that I saw this, it took a while to finally get it, but I found it on DVD at one point, and we watched it one night, me and my sister. After my parents had went to bed, we were watching it. My sister, she likes horror, but she's, nothing really ever affected her. She was never like super into any one thing in general. But we watched this, and I was like, it's a little bit of an older movie, so and I was probably, we were still living at home, so I was a teenager. She was probably 11, 12, something like that, probably. But I remember at the end of the film, and spoiler alert, there's a lot of spoilers tonight if anybody hasn't seen any of these films, so just a heads up. But so we were watching the movie and we're really into it. And it's really, really well paced, really good, really unnerving. And by the end of the film, the end of the film, you think the killer's been caught and identified, and you think everything's going to be okay. But then, the phone rings at the end of the film, and that's how the movie ends, and the credits start rolling over the sound of the ringing phone, because that's how it all starts. The killer starts calling this sorority, tormenting these girls. And some really like foul, like hardcore language in a movie, especially for like 1974. And of course, Bob Clark at the time had just come off of like Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, and I know he did Death Dream around this time as well. So I mean, he he was coming up, and of course Bob Clark would go on to do Porky's and A Christmas Story, and he would, baby, well, didn't he do Baby's Day Out too? I think from like the early '90s. I think that was Bob Clark. Um, but I mentioned this last week talking to because when I was talking to George Dimick and asked him what his favorite non-Romero zombie film was, he said children shouldn't play with dead things, and I was like, it's pretty amazing that Bob Clark directed not only one of the best, if not the best, Christmas horror films, as well as the best family Christmas film ever as well. Like he had a thing for Christmas. He could pull off Christmas. I'll say that. But of course, at the end of the film, when the phone starts ringing and that's how the film ends, I remember me and my sister just sit there. We just looked at each other with just like this look of just like unease, like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. And we were just kind of like, we start thinking, is there somebody up in our attic? It fucks with your head. It's so well done, so well made, way ahead of its time. I assume everybody has seen this movie, but if you've not seen Black Christmas, I highly recommend checking it out. You won't be, and watch it around Christmas time. Perfect Christmas horror film to watch around that time. So, love it. Black Christmas, honorable mention. Didn't make the top 10. Didn't make the top 10, but could at some point. Maybe if I watch it a few more times and convince myself. Another honorable mention. This is a newer title. You'll see a thread here. There's not a whole lot of modern quote unquote horror films in this, but this one, I remember the first time that I saw this film. When it came out, I was so against it without even seeing it, because it came out around a time when I was discovering Romero and discovering a lot of the old school horror stuff and going back and rediscovering a lot of stuff. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. To make her cameo appearance, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep you guys in suspense on what the hell I'm talking about here. But to make her cameo appearance here on the show, she's looking already. Come here. You want to say hi? I was telling everybody about you riding all the rides on vacation and how you weren't scared. Were you scared of them?
No.
No. Look, there you are. She's watching herself on the playback. You want to say hi? Look up here. The camera's up here. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hi. Are you going to bed?
You want to take me to my bed?
No, I can't take you to bed tonight. I told you I'm doing this. Sorry, 1 second, guys. 1 second. But I'll give you a hug and kiss.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Wow.
Go to bed, okay? Go to bed. It's bedtime. She was in her underwear. She went to bed first, and I was like, you cannot come up here in your underwear. Like, that's a big... You can't do that. So she decided to put on jammies. I was like, all right, if you come up, at least you got pajamas on. All right. Good night. I'm going to have to take her to bed, guys. All right, you got to go to bed now, okay? I love you.
You take me to my bed.
Okay. All right, time out. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take her to bed. While I'm doing that, I don't know, do I have anything for you guys to watch? No. All right. 1 second. I will be right back. Take a break. I'll see you guys here in just a second. I'm going to take her to bed. All right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right. She's a camera hog, man. She loves. I'll just come on sometimes when I'm setting up before we do the show, and I'll be testing the cameras and stuff. And she'll come over here and just start dancing, making faces and stuff. She's gonna be doing this one day. When I'm too old to be doing this shit, she'll be on here talking about Chucky and killer clowns and all that other shit. So keep an eye out in the future for Alpha Chucky coming to YouTube soon. Um, yeah, you're right, Ken. I remind myself of that all the time. She's and I swear, man, it seems like every day she's learning something new, and she's got a new saying or a new obsession or something. I remind myself of that every day. I try to think like one day you'll miss this. You'll miss this. Um, but all right, back to what the hell what was I talking about? Okay. So when this movie first came out, I was young. I was 10, 11 at the time, and just kind of discovering a lot of the old stuff. So I was like, I'm a horror guy. Like I'm a horror veteran already. I love Dawn of the Dead. Like, all the kids around my age didn't know what any of this shit was, but everybody was talking about this movie, and this movie was a huge, huge phenomenon at the time. And I was like, what's the big fucking deal? Like, this isn't horror. Like, if you want to see horror, you guys need to see Last House on the Left or something. But when I finally watched it, and you guys got to keep in mind, like when I grew up kind of in the woods. Like we played in the woods, at nighttime. That was the scary shit in the world. So first time I saw the Blair Witch Project from 1999 scared the absolute living shit out of me. Like even as a guy that was like, I've already seen so much horror. Like how could this be so scary? And it fucking was. It was one of those movies where when it was over, like I was afraid to get up and move around my house because there's the scene in the movie where they're interviewing the people in the town and they're talking and one of the characters that they're interviewing says, the Blair Witch, if you walk around the house too much at night, the Blair Witch will come and get you. So that stuck in my head immediately when the movie was over. I was like, oh shit. Because at the time, you guys got to remember, like, I know now everybody knows it was a work and everybody, all the secrets out of there, the toothpaste is out of the tube. But at the time, nobody knew if it was real footage or what the hell it was. Because we hadn't really seen it. It was so ahead of its time in terms of like the first person film style. And nobody really, there was always the rumor, like you'd go to school and people was like, oh, this is real. This really happened. This is the real footage of what happened. And it's believable. That's the thing about like first person shot films now, like when they try to pass it off as like real footage. Like the only other film that I've ever seen that kind of got close to what the Blair Witch did originally, well, outside of Cannibal Holocaust, which is like kind of the Godfather of the first person film or whatever. But Paranormal Activity was another one that when I first saw it, I was just like, I wasn't too sure. And of course that came out later, so I was a little older, but I still wasn't sure if that was like real or what, because it was just different. We hadn't seen anything like that before. And the same thing with the Blair Witch Project, man. Nobody had seen anything like that before. It seems so real. And I think the thing that works about that the most that a lot of other films don't hit the nail on the head with is you don't see anything in this movie. It's all the theater of the mind. You hear things in the woods. You hear Josh screaming in the distance. As they're running through the dark woods, you think you see shit out of the side of the film. You're looking on the side of the screen. You're like, oh my god, I think I saw the witch. I think I saw it. But you never do because it's never there. And then the ending, of course, is when they get to the house. And they're going through the house, and you're just like, and as a kid growing up near the woods, there were places like that where I grew up in those woods where there was just like an old dilapidated house deep in the woods for no fucking reason. We would never go near it when we were kids because we didn't know what the hell it was or why it was there. So you see this stuff, and like I said at the time, nobody knew if it was real or what the hell this was. So I was convinced when I was younger that this was legitimate footage. Like these people, like this is some shit they found, and we're just like, hey, let's release it as a movie. And so I was obsessed with this. Is another movie that I just became obsessed with after it came out, after I had seen it. And I was showing everybody. I was like all my cousins, and I was like, dude, we got to watch this movie. And we'd turn the lights off and we'd watch the movie and scare the shit out of each other, you know. Um, and it's funny, one of the first movie, quote unquote, that I ever made was a school project that I did in the sixth grade. We had to pick a story or something to do some kind of project with. And of course, me, the guy who loved movies, and I wanted to make a movie, my dad's old, camcorder. I was like, oh, let's make a movie. And the story I had to do was like The Prince and the Pauper or something like that. So I took that concept and and blended it with the Blair Witch Project. I don't even remember what the hell like the story, quote unquote, whatever story that was there was, but it was The Prince and the Pauper Project. I remember bringing it to school and showing everybody. I think the idea was like I was the prince and I was lost in the woods and I found the pauper, but it was all first person. So I don't know. It was weird. Um, but yeah, everybody loved it. Like all the teachers and stuff were just like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." I had a teacher at the time, Mr. Richardson. I'll never forget him. Told me he was like, "Dude, you got a talent for this. Like this was really cool that you just pulled this off. Like it was really kind of entertaining." I don't know whatever happened to the tape. It's probably long gone or it's in an attic somewhere. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, this was a huge inspiration for me, and I know a lot of people now like you either love it or you hate it. Like some people are just like, ah, it's bullshit. Like this isn't real. Blah blah blah. But to me, I look at it now as my generation's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. When it came out, everybody was talking about it, but over the years, people either loved it or hated it because everybody thought Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based off a true story back in the day. So yeah, honorable mention Blair Witch Project. I love, love, love the Blair Witch Project. Sequels and all that other shit I have no use for, but the original, nothing will beat that ever. Um, I got three other honorable mentions here. Of course, I can't do a countdown of my favorite horror films of all time without mentioning John Carpenter's fucking masterpiece, The Thing. Kurt Russell, Keith David, Wilford Brimley, just an all-star cast. Like I've mentioned before, like when I talk about Day of the Dead with Romero, Day of the Dead is Romero's The Thing. The thing is John Carpenter's Day of the Dead. I think it's become so beloved over the years. Where at the time it was a huge flop because I think it came out right around the same time as like E.T. So everybody was just in love with aliens. Everybody thought, oh, aliens are cute and lovable. And then here comes John Carpenter, like, no, aliens will fucking, you know, destroy Earth, like type of thing. And people were not fucking having that at the time. But this is one movie I've probably seen. This is one movie I can just watch at any time. I can pop it in, watch it, and love it every single time. And I always seem to find some new wrinkle or something to it that I didn't notice before. Um, the course of the debate is like at the end, or who's the thing, who's not, the whole claustrophobic, nobody trusts each other thing, like. There's a lot of Romero in this, and nobody really ever talks about this movie in terms of remakes. It's so good. It stands alone. It stands out on its own so much that it's John Carpenter's thing. When you say The Thing, nobody thinks of, the original, Thing from Another World. They think of John Carpenter's The Thing, and for good fucking reason. I mean, the effects in it. I mean, what is there to say about the effects that hasn't been said 1,000 times by everyone else? Like it's one of the greatest effects movies ever. And it's one of those movies that just works for even if you're not a fan of the genre. I remember taking my fiance to see The Thing when it was in theaters during COVID, because during COVID, the theater in Murray, where we were at the time, was open, but they were just showing old movies, and they were showing The Thing at one point. What in the world is going on? Somebody's opening the garage. It's weird. I'm scared now. So I took her to see that. She's not a big horror fan. She's just not even really a big movie fan, but she enjoyed The Thing. She's watched this with me multiple times at this point. So got to throw The Thing out there. It's one of those movies that, like, as people have talked about, it's one of the all-time classics. So honorable mention, John Carpenter's The Thing. It's got to be on the list. It's got to be. And then the last two here, I got about two films by the same director. Honorable mentions didn't quite make the list, but two films that I absolutely love and watch 100 times over. Um, Number one, I've talked about this film before, but it's David Cronenberg's Shivers from 1975, starring Paul Hampton, Joe Silver, Lynn Lowry, Barbara Steele has a role in it. I love this film. This film, to me, feels so Romero-esque in the way that it was just shot, laid out. I don't know. There's something about this film that just it feels like a Romero film to me. Um, and it's just one of those down to the opening of the film, like the opening sequence of the film where I'm Ronald Merrick, and he's going through the high the high rise or I forget what it's called, the Starliner, and he's talking about all the amenities and stuff that it sets the scene perfectly because that's where we're going to be the entire film is in this one building. And I love that a good movie to me sets the scene. Like it lays it out. It's like this is where we're gonna be. It has this, and all of a sudden you're there. Like to me, it's the same as like the Monroeville Mall and Dawn of the Dead. Like Lynn Lowry. My God, I'm such a Lynn Lowry mark. Like Madone. Well, she's amazing in this, and it really is just like a sexual zombie film, in my opinion. Like, to me, this is David Cronenberg's. This and Rabbit are probably the closest Cronenberg's ever gotten to making a zombie film. Love Shivers. Barbara Steele, really cool to see her in a cameo role in this. Yeah, so like I said, I've talked about this before. You can go back and watch it again. I remember it was the 5 films that every Romero fan should see. Stream that I did, but we talked about Shivers. Love Shivers. But the other one, this one is a coin flip. This could be in my top 10 easily. This one had a major effect on me when I first saw it, like in terms of inspiration. But this is one of my all-time favorite horror sci-fi films. I don't know what the hell you'd call it, but another one directed by David Cronenberg, 1982's Videodrome. Huge Videodrome fan. Another one of those films. The first time I saw it, I loved it, but I didn't understand what the hell it was. It was like, I love this movie. I love so much about it. James Woods, Debbie Harry from Blondie has the role in it, and it's so weird, and it's so much about this film that by the end of it, you're just like, what the hell did I just watch? Like, what happened? Like, why did this happen? Like, I don't understand. But I love the visuals, the effects. I think the effects was Rick Baker. Yeah, Rick Baker did the effects on this thing. The soundtrack, just the vibe of the whole movie. James Woods is awesome in it. Debbie Harry again. Mwah. Yeah, I'm a huge Videodrome fan. To the point that when I first saw it, like I said, I loved it, but I didn't understand it. And I have that same reaction to a lot of Cronenberg's films. A lot of his films, I like them, but I don't understand what the hell they're about until I go back and watch them 2 or 3 more times, and I start to pick up on, like, oh, okay, I get what he was going for here, why this happens here, and, but it's just him going into the TV and just some of the visual stuff in this film. There's so much to take in. And I was so inspired by it at the time that at the time when I was making music, and I started this little side project, this electronic music side project, just because of this movie. And I did like a little EP, and it was all based off of, like, every song was named after something from this film. The project, the name of the project was Faith, I think. And every song was like, Long Live the New Flesh was this song, or, I'm trying to think what some of the other titles were. This was probably, God, 15, 20 years ago now. So like I was just obsessed with this movie to the point where I was just like, that's all I could think of. It's like, I want to make something like this at some point. And the whole idea of, like, at the time, VHS was new. So the whole idea of like videotape, taking over your brain and sending you into this psychosis was just, groundbreaking at the time. I don't know how this did when it first came out. I don't know if it was that big of a success or not, but this is a great addition. If you guys don't have Videodrome on DVD, Blu-ray, whatever, this is the way to go. Criterion put this one out. It's got the case here, but this is what the actual case inside looks like. It looks like which it actually looks just like looks more like a beta tape more so than a VHS tape, but yeah, this is a great addition from Criterion. This is the version to have if you guys don't own Videodrome yet. But yeah, I love it. Love this film. It's probably the other ones they can kind of shift around depending on mood and timing, but this is probably number 11 on my list. So number 11 on my list, David Cronenberg's Videodrome. So those are my honorable mentions. They're like, I guess I could go on and on about other films. Like I said, there's probably about 25, 30 that I could probably pick from for this list, but narrowing it down, that's where I'm at. So let me get back to your comments real quick, and then we will start the official countdown here. Let me go back. I'm going to try to run through these real quick. Steven says, I have to ask, when you were in Gallup, did you sing Smoky Mountain Rain? No, I did not. Every time I go to Gatlinburg, though, the go-to station went out because we rent a car, and it always has Sirius XM in it. My go-to station, it stays on that station the entire time. Tom Petty radio. Nothing better than driving through the mountains, listening to fucking classic Tom Petty. I'll tell you that. Brett saying, I totally agree. Driving beats flying. We got to see so much driving to/from Living Dead Weekend. The Dark Side Bridge was one of those highlights for us. Yeah, I think me and Grande are planning on doing that in October. Because I know Grande is coming to Living Dead Weekend in October, and I think me and Grande are we're gonna hook up and go see that bridge, because I know he's a huge Dark Side fan, and I'd love to see the bridge. So, so yeah, I definitely want to do that. Grande says, Baby's Day Out. Yeah, I think he directed Baby Geniuses. That's what it is, Baby Genius. Who directed Baby's Day Out? That was another like big time director that. Yeah, I can't remember who fucking did that one. No, maybe I'm thinking, because I think John Hughes wrote Baby's Day Out, if I'm not mistaken. So I think maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But Baby Geniuses, yeah, you're right. But it would have been funny as hell if he did Baby's Day Out. But yeah, I think Baby's Day Out was John Hughes. So I stand corrected. Stezio saying Christmas Eve marathon, Die Hard, Black Christmas, Krampus. Dude, of course you guys know I'm a fucking weirdo, so my Christmas movies, like, I love some classic, family Christmas movies, like, It's a Wonderful Life, Home Alone, stuff like that. Your usual, family-friendly Christmas movies. But Christmas time is when I pull out Black Christmas and Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Eyes Wide Shut, to me, is a Christmas movie because it takes place during Christmas. There's a lot of Christmas lights. I don't know. So yeah, I watch some weird shit around Christmas for sure. Larry, what's up, brother? WGON TV's in the house. Larry, says, what up, friends and fellow Romero fanatics? What's up, my man? Before I hopped on here, you sent me a message. You showed me something you got in the mail. Some pretty cool shit that you got from a longtime Romero collaborator. But I'll let you share that if you're interested. But yeah, it was pretty cool, man. Pretty fucking cool. I'm a little jealous about that one. But good to see you, man. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah. Everybody loves a little quick cameo from Everly. Kenneth said had the same exact moment about half an hour ago. Best feeling. Yeah. She does that I know she's gonna do it because she does it every night. I'll be up here, watching or working on something, and I know when she's ready for bed, she comes up. She's already in bed, but when she's ready to go to sleep, she'll get out of bed, come upstairs, and Daddy, take me to bed. I'm like, all right. So I pick her up, take her downstairs, tuck her into bed, and that's kind of our routine. So when I do these live streams, I know she's coming up at some point. She wants me to take her to bed, but. Yeah, I love it. I can't lie. Matt says, I was one of the people that thought Blair Witch was real. Genius marketing. Yeah, that's the brilliant thing about Blair Witch Project. It took advantage of the internet when it was like early internet, like because they had the website and stuff. They did the documentary that came out on the Sci-Fi Channel before the movie came out. Curse the Blair Witch, which I have on VHS over here. Brilliant. I mean, that movie is all about the marketing. I mean, the execution of that film is great, but the marketing of it is what sold it. And I didn't even mention what I was talking about, but the execution of that film, when you watch the film back now, it's not a movie about ghosts or a witch. It's really a film about three people lost in the woods, slowly losing their minds. It's more of a psychological horror film, more so than just a scary ghost story or something like that. Because you don't see anything. There's no proof that there's anything even in those woods. But what you're seeing is three people collapsing, lack of food, lack of water, that they're lost in the woods. To me, that's the scariest part, is that you're just watching these three people slowly lose their fucking minds throughout the film. And I think that's a brilliant thing about that film that I didn't pick up on until, a few years back watching it again. Yeah, scared the episode, and still does. Like, if I watch that movie late at night, all the lights off and stuff, like, even though I know all the backstory and stuff, I've met, the cast and all that now at this point, like, I still kind of get lost in the whole, like, oh shit, like, because you still feel like you still see stuff in those woods. Even if your mind's still playing tricks on you when you watch that film, if you just get into the moment. Steven says Blair Witch never scared me. Well, you're tougher than we are, Steven. I watched it with my grandfather, and he thought less of it than I did. I give it credit for the hype, but I never truly bought into it. And that's, like I said, to me, that's why I look at it as like my generation's Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because I heard, like, growing up, before I even saw Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the aunts and uncles, my parents that grew up when Texas Chainsaw came out, they all had different takes on it. Like, some of them were just like, oh, this is one of the scariest movies ever made. And then some of them were just like, oh, it was the goofiest fucking movie they'd ever seen. But there was I've never heard anybody just say like, oh yeah, it's all right. It's either like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen, or it's goofy and they don't understand why anybody gave a shit about it. So that's why I always refer to it as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre of my generation. Larry says, I love the Blair Witch Project because it was made in the same spirit as Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, I mean, what was the budget on Blair Witch? Like, what? Almost nothing. Like, a few $1,000 or something. I mean, I think it may still be to this day the most profitable independent film ever made, I think. Yeah. A bunch of unknown people got together and made a film. It came out of nowhere and it was a phenomenon. Yeah, it really was. That was one of those films that, like, everybody was talking about. Friends, family, people at school, teachers. I remember teachers talking about it at school. Yeah. Granny says the ending of Blair Witch is one of the all-time best endings and overall horror scenes. Horror at its best. Yeah, just the guy standing in the corner, like, just something so simple like that. And it takes you back, and they set it up early in the film when they're interviewing all the townspeople, and they say, Rustin Parr would line up the kids, put one in the corner and kill the other one, and then, and it all comes back around. They don't mention it again throughout the rest of the film, but when you see that ending, your brain immediately goes back to that moment, and when they're talking about it, and you're like, oh, it's brilliantly laid out. And there were like a dozen different endings that they tried on that. I'm glad they went with that one. There were like others where Josh was like levitating and all this other stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that probably would have ruined that film if they would have gone with that. Larry says inspirational to any would-be filmmaker or anyone who would want to get into film. That's right. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, like, that's what inspired me to make my first quote-unquote movie when I was a kid. Was seeing Blair Witch and being like, oh, I can take a video camera and just make something. All right, I can do that. My dad has an old camcorder that he bought back in the day for vacations and stuff. Since says Grande Baby's Day Out was a great Red Letter Media episode. Collectors thought collectors they bought the Baby Bink puppet as well. I don't know anything about Baby's Day Out. I just remember when it came out when I was younger and thinking like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, I don't remember the detail, but I remember Baby's Day Out. There was some prominent figure associated with that film. I for some reason I was thinking Baby Geniuses, Bob Clark did that, but it's John Hughes, I think, wrote the fucking screenplay. As well as two Gremlins puppets. Okay. Rick saying yes, The Thing is timeless to me as well. Yeah, really. I mean, I think this beautiful thing about The Thing is you can watch it at any time, any decade, any year, and it still holds up because it's not it doesn't feel like an 80s movie because it's in this confined area in, Antarctica or wherever, so there's no, fashion or anything that you can kind of put. It's all the costuming and stuff is just timeless. All the looks of the characters is timeless. It's pretty brilliant in that way. Um, Larry says The Thing is in a dead heat with The Shining for my top spot as my favorite horror film of all time. I think I remember hearing you say that. Um, The Shining may pop up here in a little bit. I'll just say that. Um, Hey, we got Ross Incognito in the house. What's up? Bad girls burn in hell. All right. All right. Coming in with a hot statement right off the bat. A hot take. But what's up, Ross? How are you? Um, yeah, really grinded the Blair Witch again. I'm just sitting here talking about this shit, and I'm having flashbacks, and then all of a sudden the garage door starts open. I guess I'm thinking Jade probably closed the garage door. I'm hoping because I haven't heard it go back down. So hopefully it was closing and not opening, and there's no something happening in my house that I'm not aware of. Um, yeah, yeah. Carpenter's The Thing is a perfect movie. Fires on all cylinders. Yeah, I mean it's pretty damn near perfect. Although I will say my one gripe with the movie is the pacing of the ending. For some reason, it never worked for me. Like when they set up the dynamite and the creature comes out of the floor, and it kind of ends a little quickly. Like there's no real build up. There's no huge climax to it for me. I feel like they could have tacked on an extra 5 minutes of stuff there for some reason. Although the actual ending, where they're sitting there, talking, just waiting to die, Kurt Russell and Keith David. That's a great ending, but for some reason that big climax, like the big climax there with the creature, just never. I don't know, something about the pacing for me just never quite clicked on that. But yeah, the rest of the film is just I can watch it anytime. That's one of those movies I watch anytime we have a snow day. That and The Shining, Larry. Those are two that I always watch on snow days. Um, Rick says there was a prequel, not a remake of The Thing with Elizabeth. Yeah, I never saw that. I never gave a shit to fucking watch that. Um, this was the Norwegian camp prior to The Thing escaping the USA. Yeah, I've heard people talk about that. I've never heard anybody say like it's completely awful or anything, but it's just one of those movies I'm just like I don't need it. And with the CGI thing, I remember the story like they tried to do it all with practical effects, but the studio was like nobody's gonna believe that shit. Make it all CGI, so they had to replace all the practical stuff with CGI, and I was just like I'm good on it. I have my version of The Thing that I'm interested in watching. Um, Steven says Shivers is a cool movie, still holds up despite its age. Yeah, I mean it's one of those. It definitely feels like the '70s, but it has a weird otherworldly vibe. I guess maybe because it's a Canadian film. I don't know. It was made in Canada, but it has a different feel to it. I don't know, but I love Shivers for sure. Yeah, Lynn and Shivers. Yeah. Yeah, AKA They Came From Within. That's right. I've always known it as Shivers, but I think in the US it was titled They Came From Within on VHS. Grande Long Live the New Flesh. Yeah, yeah. Again, another movie that ends and you're just like, fuck was that? Like, what was that about? Like, what was Cronenberg trying to get across here? Then it takes a few times to get through and watch it again. And I love the part in Videodrome. It was kind of to me, I always took it as kind of a nod to Romero, where the signal was coming from Pittsburgh, like the signal from the show that fucks with James Wood's head. Where's the signal coming from? Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh. Okay. Um, Larry says Cronenberg is a horror master on my Mount Rushmore for sure. Yeah, I mean he's just a master filmmaker in general. Even his non-horror stuff, like History of Violence and stuff like that. I even like a lot of that stuff. I know Carpenter said in the past, he's like, yeah, Cronenberg. We used to be buddies back in the day, and he used to make some really good horror films, but now he's an artist, so I don't have any fucking use for him. But he's always been, I mean, because I think Cronenberg always originally wanted to be a writer. I don't think he ever really wanted to be a director. I think his whole goal originally was he wanted to be a writer one day. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. I love most of Cronenberg stuff. There's a few of his that I'm just like I don't dig, but outside of that, yeah, Cronenberg's definitely in top 10 favorite directors ever. Um, Rick saying yes, Videodrome was pretty cool, freaky, yeah. I just love it's so the ideas in that film are were so ahead of its time, you know, especially with, you know, the idea of like watching TV, watching like the idea of like we'll talk about this in some of the other movies that are coming up, but the idea of like, and I was thinking about this today because I was watching a movie today and I was like, why do I like this? Why would I watch this? But the idea of like, I don't know, almost testing your psyche almost of like how hardcore and how violent and how far can I go mentally with the content that I'm consuming before, you know, I don't know. Just I love that idea in Videodrome. It's just this guy who's so used to seeing every pornographic and everything. He wants to keep pushing the envelope further and further and further until he finally comes across something that literally contaminates his brain. You know, I don't know. It's a fucking brilliant movie. I love Videodrome. Steven says, love Videodrome. Personal favorite of mine. Just watched it 2 days ago. Yeah, again, it's one I watch at least once a year. Since I saw Scanners and Videodrome in the drive-in as a kid, huge fan. Early Howard Shore synth scores long before Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's right. Scanners is one that I'm just like, I love parts of it, but man, to sit there and watch that whole thing it's tough to get through sometimes. It's a very slow build, but I love you know, the head explosion scene, of course. Michael Ironside is fucking awesome in that movie. Like he's the best part of that movie for sure. The lead in that film, I never was a big fan of him. And I think that's pretty universally thought as well. But talking about Videodrome and bombs, sadly, yeah, I kind of figured because I mean 82, 83, you got to think like that was like dead in the center of slasher film craze, and if anything that wasn't a slasher film at the time, kind of like the same fate that The Thing had, is like anything that wasn't a slasher film at the time just didn't play. I mean, everybody always talks about The Shining. When The Shining came out, it came out the same weekend as Friday the 13th, and Friday the 13th just blew it out of the water at the box office, which is hard to imagine now, but that's where audiences were at the time. Synth has the Criterion version. Yeah, it's a great version. It's definitely the way to go if you don't own that already. Kenneth saying solid runners up. Yeah, like I said, Videodrome and I'll say Videodrome and my number 10 could swap easily. We'll get to that in just a second. Rick saying, for me, 1985's Return of the Living Dead, a dark comedy, which was the first film about zombies that used the vehicle of eating brains, is what drove the zombies to attack living people. Yeah, Return is one, like I said, it probably would have made my top 10, but I've already talked about it in my top 10 non-Romero zombie films, so I omitted it from this list. But I love Return, and that's one that I watch every year around this time. That's a Halloween go-to. Every year is Return of the Living Dead. It's so fun. Yeah, I remember some of these games. The Blair Witch games were bad, sad after all the marketing hype. Yeah, I remember some of the games. I had a computer game once. It was like something about Rustin Parr. I can't remember. I was so excited to play it when I was younger. And I got it and put it in. I was like, this is not it. This is not at all what I was wanting. Saying any Cronenberg is worth watching, but I'd go with The Fly. Dead Ringers is sadly underrated. Another one that is super underrated that I just saw for the first time not too long ago, maybe about a year or so ago. Naked Lunch. I love Naked Lunch. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. It was because it was one that I was kind of put off. Nobody ever really talks about Naked Lunch. So I finally got, I think it was the Criterion version of Naked Lunch. I found it, picked it up, watched it, and just loved it. I was just like, I totally get what he's doing here, what he's going with here, and I'm all for it. But yeah, the one Cronenberg film that everybody loves that I'm just not a huge fan of is believe it or not, The Dead Zone. And I love Christopher Walken too. But for some reason that movie just never, to me, like I love Christopher Walken, but to me he feels so miscast in that role somehow. Like I don't know what it is about that movie, but it just has never clicked with me. And as a Cronenberg film, it just feels like Cronenberg toned down. It feels like corporate Cronenberg or something. It's just like, I don't know. It never vibed with The Dead Zone, but yeah, most everything else Cronenberg's ever done is amazing. Kenneth saying, per Google, Blair Witch Project created on a modest budget, estimated between 20 and 40,000. That's what I was thinking. Film went on to gross an astounding 248 million globally. Yeah, pretty fucking amazing. Matt says, I think I read or heard somewhere that the actors have barely seen a dime of that money. I know Matt Blasey could explain more. Yeah, Matt Blasey literally wrote the book on the Blair Witch Project. So check that out if you guys haven't seen it. It's called 8 Days in the Woods by Matt Blasey. I think you can still find it, probably on Amazon or something like that. But yeah, I remember because they were at a Horror Hound a couple of years ago that I was at, and they were doing a panel discussion, and they were talking about that, and pretty much, and of course the movie itself, people weren't sure if they were actors or real people or what, so they never were able to, take advantage of the success of that film in terms of their acting careers. I don't think any of them are in acting. I think a few of them, a couple of those guys, I think Josh and Mike did some stuff, a couple of films after that, but I know Heather, I think Heather is now selling weed or something. And I don't mean like she's like, a low level drug dealer in the fucking hood or anything, but I think she has like a, she, she's fucking selling weed now. She's had a rough go of it. No, she's got like a marijuana farm or whatever now, and she did. I don't know if she still does or not, but Matt said I think they've recently reached out in an attempt to be fairly. Yeah, I knew that they were trying to fix that situation somehow. I don't know how that's going, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I can't remember what the exact circumstances of everything was, but I didn't think the filmmakers made much money off of that, to be honest. But I think they just kind of sold it as is, not thinking anything would really come of it. And then when it became a huge hit, like they didn't have anything on the back end. And I think that's kind of what they're griping. I don't think they've ever solved that issue. But since says the thing creature always seemed like it knew it was going to win, like a zombie movie. If it hits a populated area, it will infest the world, like the Blair character predicts, with a few calls. Yeah, that's the thing about that movie too. It's like it's almost like a lose-lose. Like there's no winning in that situation. Like none of those characters can survive. Like that before the movie's over. Like halfway through the movie, you understand that none of these characters can survive. None of them can ever leave. So you already kind of go into the ending of that movie knowing like, oh, none of these people are going to live. So it's kind of a cool, different way of going about that too. That's another part of that movie that I absolutely love. Matt says Scanners rules. Not a huge fan of Stephen Lack in it though. Kind of wouldn't. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. But yeah, I love Michael Ironside. Love the effects in that. The ending of Scanners is pretty is amazing. I love the ending of that. The mind battle at the end where the dude fucking catches fire. Like it's great stuff in that movie. But it's one of those movies that like sometimes it's just kind of a slog to get through for me. Well, Larry, I can't wait to see you put Hell of the Living Dead at number 5 on your list. Oh, stay tuned. I don't think I love Hell of the Living Dead, but if these are in my honorable mentions, I don't feel like I can put Hell of the Living Dead in my top 10. So no, it didn't make my top 10, but it is my top 10 favorite non-Romero zombie films. So it is what it is. Steven was a good point here. Wasn't that kind of what the role needed? He was a perfect contrast to Michael. There definitely was a contrast there between those two characters and the two actors that played him, but I don't know. There's something, like Matt said, the performance of that character just felt a little wooden to me. They could have, the character, he's not very likable, I guess is the word. I don't know. Dick Smith's effects and Scanners, there you go. Dead Zone is perfection, says Larry. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just one that I know a lot of people love, and like I said, I love Christopher Walken and love Cronenberg, but it's just one of those films that I just never loved. Larry says saw the Dead Zone in the theater upon its initial release. Incredible experience in film. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'd have seen it when it came out at the time, but it's one of those films that I went back and watched years and years later, and but I was at a point too where I'd seen Cronenberg stuff before. I'd already seen like Videodrome, Scanners, and so I had this idea of what Cronenberg stuff was. And to me, like Dead Zone just felt like toned down Cronenberg. I don't know. It just didn't feel like a Cronenberg film. I mean, I guess it feels more like a Cronenberg film than something like Fast Company or something like that. But since Naked Lunch is way better than Existence, Dead Zone is cool. Yeah, Naked Lunch is super underrated. All right, Larry actively dislikes Naked Lunch. Yeah, I don't know. I love it. I love. I had so much fun with that movie when I was. I don't know if having so much fun with that movie is the way to put it, but I got what it was, what it was going for. It's a movie. It's Cronenberg doing a movie about drug addiction, basically. It's what it is. The movie. It's a drug addiction movie, Cronenberg style, and I dug it. Um. All right, let me skip around here. We're already an hour and a half in. I still got to go through 10 of these fucking movies, so let's skip around here. I'm trying to catch up with some of you guys. All right, I think I'm close to the end here. Um, uh, giving Larry shit about Hell Living Dead. Um, That's interesting, Rick. Even though it's a musical, I'm going to throw Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber from Fleet Street out there. It starred Johnny Depp, Alan Rickman, and Helen Bonham. Never seen it. That's one I never saw. It was at that point where, like, all the Tim Burton stuff that came out, I was just not. Like, after Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of out on the whole Johnny Depp, Tim Burton thing, but I don't know. Maybe it's one I'll watch one day. I'll let you know what I think about it. But all right, let's get into the top 10 here. It's good conversations, good points made about my my runners up. Runners up. Like it's a contest or something. But this is the cream of the crop here. These are the 10 horror films that I absolutely love for various reasons. Number 10 on my list. Phantasm, directed by Don Coscarelli, 1978, 79, whoever wants to, or if you want to nitpick. But I love Phantasm. Phantasm is again another one that I watch every year around this time of year. I got the soundtrack back there. Great score. One of the greatest horror scores. One of my favorite horror scores. Like, this would be on my list, Stezio, of my top 10 favorite horror film scores. Shout out to Matt, who hooked me up with that, by the way. But I love Phantasm. Angus Scrimm, Reggie Bannister, Michael Baldwin. Great performances, great cast. It's one of those films that I remember when I was younger and starting to get into horror. It's one that my dad always put over. My dad loved Phantasm. I remember him always talking about the car in it, because my dad's a car guy. Always talking about the car in it, and he always thought that Michael Baldwin's character was like the coolest kid in the world because he drove the fucking car, and he was, oh shit, he was a cool fucking kid character. You don't see many cool kid characters, in horror films. You usually get like Danny Lloyd or something like that, which, they're just little kids, like helpless little kids. But this kid in this movie was the fucking hero of the whole thing. He was on top of shit where the adults and stuff around him didn't believe him. But this is one that just brings it back. I remember watching this when I was younger. They used to play it all the time on like the Sci-Fi Channel and stuff. All the Phantasm films they used to play on the Sci-Fi Channel and stuff back in the day. And me and my cousin Justin we'd stay up late at night and just binge them, just watch them all one after one, or one by one. But the original Phantasm to me is a damn near perfect horror film, in my opinion. The score, the feel of the film, and just it's a literal nightmare. Like Don Coscarelli, like people say it all the time when they talk about certain horror films. They say, "Oh, it's a nightmare come to life," and whatever. But to me, like the best film that captures the idea of a nightmare, that captures the whole, like if you're having a nightmare in your sleep. Most of my nightmares resemble Phantasm more so than most of those other, like, the Guillermo del Toro or something like that. Like, I think of Pan's Labyrinth or something is like a weird nightmare film. But Coscarelli captures it so well in Phantasm. That's kind of what the film is. It's literally like just a fucking fever dream of all this shit, which is kind of what the film is supposed to be. But then at the end, they kind of swerve you a little bit. So I'll talk about that here in just a second. But like the scene when the kid's walking down the street with I think it's a lollipop. I think a lollipop or ice cream. No, it's a lollipop. I think. But he's walking down the street and you see the tall the tall man walking down the road in slow motion. Reggie's there with his ice cream truck, and it's just like that scene is something straight out of my nightmares because you're across the street and you're witnessing this figure, the Angus Grimm, the tall man, walking down the sidewalk, and he stops by the ice cream truck and just kind of takes in the coldness of the ice cream truck, and then he just looks directly at the Michael character, just looks directly at him, and then just slowly turns and just walks off, and it's all in slow motion. It's all so dreamlike. Straight out of my nightmares, man. Straight out of my nightmares. And the whole like the cemetery aspect of it, the funeral home aspect of it, the flying spear, like, or the spear, the flying sphere, like, it's so weird. Like, none of it makes, if you're like, as you're watching it, the first time you watch Phantasm, as you're watching it, you're thinking like, none of this makes any fucking sense. Like, what is this sphere? Where did this come from? It's cool, but why is it here? What is this? Like, why are these little midgets in robes, like, putting people in these things and sending it into another world? Like, what is going on here? None of this makes any sense. And the brilliant thing to me, and also kind of the disappointing thing about Phantasm to me, is the ending. Because the end of the film, when spoiler alert, when it kind of is revealed that it was all just like this weird fever dream from this kid who's dealing with the death of his older brother, it makes total sense. You're like, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have to make any sense because it's literally the story of this kid's fever dream. It's all in his mind. Like, none of this ever really happened. It's something he made up. But then, of course, at the end, the tall man comes and grabs him, and that's how the film ends. And it's that one last little boo scare at the end of the film. And I get why they did it, and it works for what it is, but I think the film works better if it just ends. And I know they did sequels and stuff after, and, some of the sequels good, some of them, maybe not so good. But the original, if it would have just been a film about this kid's weird fever dream that he's going through because he's psychologically trying to deal with the fact that he lost his brother, and I feel like it works so much better if that's just the reveal at the end of the film, that it's all just a dream, sorry, and then that's how it ends. But the fact that they bring it into reality, then it's just kind of like, all right, I get it. But I love Phantasm. It's one I watch every year around this time. It's a Halloween go-to film for me every single year. The score, I blast the score every year when Halloween rolls around. I'll just drive around, listen to it. Last year I had it playing while the trick-or-treaters are coming up and we're handing out candy. I had it playing through the window because it's a fucking beautiful, flawless fucking score. Performances. I loved even just little stuff that you see in a film like Phantasm that you just don't see in a lot of movies these days. Like when Reggie and fucking what's his name, the other actor, Bill Thornberry, when they're sitting on the porch just jamming on guitar, like that's what I used to do. Like when me and my buddy Eric, like when we used to play in bands and stuff, we'd just hang out, we'd pull out the guitar and just kind of jam, pick around, and it's such a real moment for those characters. And it's those little moments like that make you fall in love with characters in movies that you don't get anymore. Like everything's so poignant and everything's got to be this. But just like a simple little moment like that of these two characters just hanging out, picking at the guitar, singing a little bit, like, you like that. Little stuff like that, I think, is just brilliant in this film. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a huge Coscarelli fan in general, but this film for me is as close to just a flawless horror masterpiece at the time as you can get. And it's another one that I don't feel like it's talked about enough when people talk about the greatest horror films ever made. Everybody talks about, Jaws and Carrie and, Psycho and all that. Phantasm's right up there for me as well. I'll put it up against any other, classic horror film from that time period. So yeah, number 10 on my list, my top 10 favorite non-Romero horror films. Don Coscarelli's 1979 masterpiece, Phantasm. So, what do you guys say? I see you guys burn up the chat. I'll be curious to see what you guys think about it, because, like I said, some people love it, some people are just kind of blasé on it. So we'll see. Let's see what we got here. Um, yeah, I know Matt's a huge Phantasm fan, and for a weird goth who likes to hang out in cemeteries most of the time, it's totally understandable, Matt. I totally get why. Um, poor Emery, and his goddamn weirdo goth parents. Um, yeah, Phantasm rules. Grande says I watch Phantasm every year on October 1st. Always kicks off spooky season. There you go. A movie that should be more known by the common fans. Yeah, it's one that's like I'm surprised, and maybe it's because Don Coscarelli owns the rights. I believe he actually owns the rights to Phantasm. I'm surprised that it hasn't been remade already, because every other classic horror film from that time period's had a remake. Texas Chainsaw, Dawn of the Dead, everything's had a remake, multiple remakes sometimes. And Phantasm is one that I'm surprised hasn't had a remake yet. And I wonder if that's just it's Don saying like, no, like this is my property, this is my thing. I make these movies. Um, or if it's just studios are not interested because they don't think Phantasm is a marketable title. I don't know, but it's a fucking classic for me. Um, Steven says no problem with this pick. A fun, genuinely creepy film, especially if you were younger when it came out. Nice, yeah. So yeah, I mean it's one. Guilty as charged. I have watched with my daughter. That's one of those movies that we turned the lights off and watched. And there are a few moments in it that I'm just like, yeah, maybe you don't want to look at this. But for the most part, I mean, she dug it. She kind of got it. She was just like, it's creepy, you know. It's what is this? What's going on here? Um, and she was at that point too where she was just like, who's that? I'm like, oh, it's the tall man. She's like, okay. Um, Larry says, I don't know if you ever met Coscarelli, but he's the nicest guy. Has relatives in Pittsburgh, so he's a fan of the town and visits time to time. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I know because I talked to him about Romero in Pittsburgh. That's cool. Yeah, I've never met Coscarelli. I don't know. I know he does conventions, but I don't think he's ever even been at a convention that I've ever been at. I haven't been to a ton of conventions, but yeah, I didn't know that he was a Pittsburgh native. Makes sense, though. Makes sense. Matt says Mike was extremely relatable to me as a kid. Drove a dirt bike, shot guns, drove cars, etc. Mike was who I want to be. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got from my dad when he used to talk about it. When anytime I bring up Phantasm, he's like, "Oh, he drives, he drives that fucking cool car. I can't remember what kind of car it is. 'Cause I'm not a car guy." My dad's like, "Oh, he drives that fucking car." And then, of course, when he gets locked in his room and he puts he MacGyver's the hammer gimmick with the the gunpowder and he blows the door off. Like just shit like. I mean, he's a cool kid character in a horror film, and usually we get like Bob from House by the Cemetery or some shit, and where you're just like you want the kid to fucking die, or even like 28 years later, recently, the kid in that movie, I was ready for him to go halfway through, um, but yeah, cool fucking kid. That's the kid everybody wants to be, I think. Kenneth says I hope Pet Cemetery makes it in the top 10. We'll see. No spoilers. Grindis says, I always love the message too when he goes to the gypsy and puts his hand in the box. She tells him you got to let go of the fear. That's the whole arc for him, that he has to learn to let it go. That's right, yeah. That's another great scene too when he's with the binoculars and he's watching the tall man pick up the casket and put it in the thing and he's like, what the fuck? And it cuts to and he goes, yeah, great fucking scene. And just score, man. That fucking score gets me every time. Matt says, Phantasm is where I discovered my love of cemeteries and mausoleums. As a kid Mike's age when I saw it, it's also where I really started to understand what death is. Yeah. Makes total sense. Grant, what's going on, man? Stukas Dive is in the house. Hey, dudes. Hey, Grant. How you doing, my man? Hope you're doing well. Granny says, actually, really like most of the sequels. Part 5, I don't even really count. 2 and 4 are solid. 4 is criminally underrated. Yeah, I always kind of looked at, like I said, I think it works better as a standalone film, but the sequels are actually pretty good because Reggie Bannister kind of becomes the Bruce Campbell of the series. Like, he's kind of the action badass after a while. Where in this one, he's just kind of like the sidekick, but he's a likable sidekick kind of guy. But yeah, 2 to me always kind of felt like the Terminator 2 of Phantasm films. Like, it's more of like, it's got more action to it, I guess. Yeah, the sequels are not bad. Like I said, I grew up on all of them, but I think as a film, like, it works so well as a standalone thing, that I don't know. I think if it would have just been the one film, I think it would have been just fine. But Since it has the Invaders from Mars / Nightmare City ending, which is unfortunate. I liked it. I like the idea. Well, this ending, they actually didn't go all the way. They said it's a nightmare, but then he, tall man appears in reality, grabs him, and that's how the film ends. So it's not a nightmare. But I think it would have worked better with that if it would have just been, because the whole idea of the film is like, it's, what's going on here? Why is all this happening? Nothing's ever really explained. You kind of get an idea of like maybe what's going on here, but I think it just works better as like just this weird fever dream that this kid is having while he's dealing with the death of his older brother. I think it works better that way. And it makes total sense of the whole time he's worried about his brother. Through the whole movie, he's worried about his brother running away. Like that's another common theme throughout the film. He's worried about his brother always, running away. And I think it just, I don't know, it works better for me that way. But Matt said, I love how you described it as the American version of Suspiria. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Like it's an American, so like when you watch Suspiria, you're like, what the fuck's going on? Why is this happening? Why is there a room full of razor wire? At a dance school. What is this? But yeah, like that's, to me, like that's what Phantasm is. You just watch it and you just take it as an experience more so than just like a narrative, like, oh, this is really happening type of movie. Stuka says, what number are we at? What title is it? This is number 10, so you didn't miss anything. I had some some honorable mentions, some Cronenberg stuff, Videodrome, Shivers, Blair Witch Project, it was The Thing, and Black Christmas were my honorable mentions. But this is number 10, Phantasm, starting hot. So you didn't miss much. You caught us right at the right moment. Matt says, life-changing cornerstone film that shaped my taste in cinema. Best score too. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, it's right up there. Like the score, like I said, man, I could listen to that, and it's perfect movie, especially on a fall day with that cool crisp air. I can't wait. It's right around the corner. Matt says, ever talks about a remake, actually a trilogy, if I remember correctly. Hope they never do, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for it or anything, but I'm just surprised that they haven't done that yet. And Himikuda, baddest fucking car ever. Okay, that's what it is. Himikuda. So it's a Barracuda with a Hemi in it, I'm guessing is what that means. I'm not a car guy. I'm like I said earlier, I had a Hyundai Sonata hybrid at one point. So I'm just trying to get from point A to point B in the most efficient way possible. But yeah, so number 10 on my list, Don Coscarelli's 1979 underrated classic. I'll just call it that. Underrated classic, Phantasm. So there we go. Let me knock this one out of there. All right. Where are we at? Number 9 on my list. Get into a little Italian flavor here. And this is a film talking about nightmares. This is the shit straight out of my nightmares, literally straight out of my nightmares. And it's, again, just another film that I can watch anytime and just love it all the way through. But at number 9 on my list, Lamberto Bava's 1985 classic, Demons. Starring Michelle Soave, or Mikel Soave, how do you pronounce that? I call him Michelle Soave, but whatever. Michelle Soave and the American Dream, Bobby Rhodes, baby, Bobby Rhodes. I love Demons. Demons is, to me, so after Dawn of the Dead came out, I feel like the Italians, there were many attempts by the Italian horror directors to try to replicate Dawn of the Dead in some way. Even, we talked about it earlier. I mean, Hell of the Living Dead is a literal ripoff of Dawn of the Dead for the most part. But there were a ton of films that were obviously inspired. I mean, Fulci, Zombie, there were a ton of stuff directly pulled from Dawn of the Dead. But to me, the closest that Italian horror ever came to matching what Dawn of the Dead is Demons. Now, Demons isn't technically a zombie film, although I will make the argument that it is in some ways. It's a movie about demons. But it's just so fun. The action, the score, the soundtrack. I mean, the Claudio Simonetti Demons theme is one of my favorite things that he ever did. solo or with Goblin, just the I'm gonna do that the whole time because it's just that's one of those fucking songs from the soundtrack that you can just blast on your speakers and just get down to. It's amazing. It's yeah, it's awesome. The action, I mean, it takes place in a movie theater. It's the idea of the movie that you're seeing on screen um, coming to life, and the gore in it is fantastic. I love everything about this movie. I mean, even down to the punks that show up and they're listening to Billy Idol. It's like, you know, what wedding, doing the cocaine, and the overacting in that is funny at times where he's like, you know, my turn, Ripper, and he's like, hey, what the fuck? What are you doing? The overdubbing is, and then you gotta love that about Italian movies, but everything about this movie, I can watch from start to finish and not blink an eye. Like, it's so fun. It's an action horror. I mean, the helicopter crashing through the ceiling. Like, there's just so much there to fucking love. The guys on the dirt bikes with the fucking swords killing all the demons. But that's why I say it feels. Demons is not a technical zombie movie, but it plays like a zombie movie. Like, if you get bit or scratched or whatever, you turn into one of the demons that are trying to kill everybody and take over the world or whatever. And so you got all these people trapped in this movie theater, and they're, you know, boarding up all the entrances, and they're trying to get out. And it's another one of those movies that, like, nothing is really explained. Like, who set up this screening? So if you haven't seen Demons, which I assume most of you have, but if you haven't seen Demons, the setup is that people are invited to this special screening at this theater called the Metropole, which I loved that name and loved this movie so much that my quote unquote production company when I was younger was called Metropole Productions. Um, and I got the little invitation here. So there's a guy going around with this weird fucking guy in a mask going around handing out these invitations to people, and then he gives it to this girl, and she's like, hey, let's go see this movie. And it's like, well, we'll see what it is. And the whole idea is like, you got this group of people in this theater, they're watching this horror movie, and all of a sudden the horror movie comes to life and comes through the screen, all hell breaks loose. Um, and again, it's got like that nightmarish feel to it because nothing's really ever explained. Like, who set up this screening? Where did this come from? How did this happen? Like, why are all the entrances all of a sudden like it's literally right out of a nightmare? They can't leave the theater because the entrance, when they try to get to the entrance, the doors have now been replaced with just brick walls, so they can't get out. There's no way to get out. Um, and I say it's nightmarish because when I first saw Demons is one of those movies that I always call nightmare fuel for me. Um, because when I first saw it, there's the scene in the film, and it's on the poster here, where the demons they're coming up, you know, the stairs, and the eyes are glowing in the dark, as you can see on the poster here and on the cover of the Blu-ray here. And it took me right back to my childhood when I was probably 3, 4 years old or something. I was really, really young, and it's one of those dreams that I still remember to this day. So it had such an effect on me. But it was a nightmare that I had when I was a real little kid. I remember this dream where I was outside at night, playing by myself outside at night, and all of a sudden down the hill, because there was a hill that came around, and you know, and I remember in the dream coming down the hill were these like creatures with these glowing eyes, and they chased me around my house. And I'll never forget, I was terrified. I woke up just, and like I said, it still sticks with me to this day. So it was that effective of a dream. So when I saw this movie for the first time and I saw that scene where they're coming up and the glowing eyes, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's my nightmare. And maybe I happened to see it or something when I was really young and don't remember. And maybe that's what sparked that nightmare when I was younger. But I don't think my parents ever saw demons. Like, maybe my uncle watched it or something, but I have no recollection of ever seeing this movie. So it literally nailed one of the worst nightmares of my life when I first saw this movie. And even the sequel, I even love the sequel, Demons 2. I saw Demons 2 before I saw the first Demons, and Demons 2 to me is just as good. Maybe not as good, but it's right up there, man. It's pretty close. It's a great 1-2 punch, and this is the Synapse double feature that I got here, the Blu-ray. It's It's got Demons and Demons 2 on it. And they both work. But the original Demons, to me, like I said, it's the closest that the Italians ever got to matching what Dawn of the Dead was in spirit. It's just like this fun punk rock and roll, action horror film, great gore effects, really terrifying shit. And it's one of those movies, great score. I can watch it anytime. It's one I watch every year around this time as well, around Halloween time. And it's one of my favorite all-time Italian horror films. So, Demons, number 9, from Lamberto Bava. And again, I'm not a huge Lamberto Bava fan, but that's one that I am, I'm definitely a huge fan of. So that's my number 9. What do we got here? Michele Soave. I like Michelle. It's Michelle for me, damn it. Michele Soave. Matt says, Michele. Oh, okay, so it's Michele Soave. Michele Soave. That's too much, man. That's just too much. He's Michelle Soave to me. Rico Suave. That's what he is. Either way, great Michele Soave. Michele Soave. Sorry. Really good filmmaker in his own right. He's done some really good stuff too. The Church, The Sect. Well, what else? Cemetery Man, obviously. Yeah, Cemetery Man. So he plays the character that's got the mask, and he's kind of like the main villain that's handing out all the tickets and stuff at the beginning. Mysterious character. You don't know who the fuck this guy is or why he's doing it. But again, it goes back to that nightmare aspect where it's just like, I don't need explanation. I think that's where a lot of modern stuff goes wrong, is they try too hard to explain shit. And as you can see with my first 2 picks of Phantasm and Demons, it's like, I don't need a whole lot of explanation. Just show me something fucking awesome. Just do it. Matt says, incredible seeing Goblin play this live with the film. Yeah, we saw it when me and Will went to see Claudio and Goblin in Nashville last November. They played it live, and it's a banger. It's the fucking theme is a banger live. It's so good. And you got the double bass going. Yeah, forget about it. You guys didn't know when you're tuning in tonight. You're just going to hear me making mouth music all night. Since I had fun talking about Demons 1 and 2 and La Chiesa, whatever. The Church. On Dirk's show, the girl that looks like Bob is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. And I remember that stream. I was watching it, and you were like just leaving from somewhere. I think you were just parked on the side of the road doing that stream. I was like, man, hardest working man in YouTube right there. Let's see. Larry says, I'm not big on Demons for some reason. Okay, I know it well. It's okay. I have it on DVD, but never upgraded further. That's fair. That's fair. If you're not a big fan of the movie, that's usually my rule. If I'm not a big fan of a movie, I'm not going to upgrade something. Like, usually I'll upgrade anything to Blu-ray at this point, but at 4K, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Haven't picked the 4K for this, so I don't know how that looks, but it's Synapse. So if you ever find this for cheap, I recommend picking it up. And it's the double feature. I got it for a pretty good price at Horror Hound, I think. But yeah, I mean, if you're not a big fan of it, don't worry about it. I totally get it. It's one of those movies. Again, like with most Italian horror, it's an acquired taste. You either dig it or you don't. And I'm like that with a lot of movies, especially a lot of Italian stuff. Steven says, Demons is a cool movie. Don't know if I would have put it over The Thing, but it's your list. It's my fucking list. It's my list. Yeah, I'm a huge Demons fan. What can I say? Not a sacrilegious pick, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I will grant it to you if I had picked like Zombie 90 or something and put it over The Thing. But to me, like Demons is just there's something aesthetic about Demons that I just love. And again, it goes back to like maybe that nightmare that I had when I was younger. It's the soundtrack, it's the score, it's, the characters. All the characters are interesting in weird ways, like the girl with the flashlight that's working at the theater. Like, you think that she's part of it, like she's in on the whole thing, but then you find out she's not. She's just there, and you're like, okay, well, why is she there? That's the girl from Deep Red, by the way. The little girl from Deep Red that fucking puts the stick or whatever through the lizard. But yeah, I love it. I love it. Number 9, my pick. Steven says, as for your argument about them being zombies, they're not. They're demons. See the title. Okay, all right, literally. But like I said, man, I look at like zombie movies to me. When people say like, "Oh, 28 Days Later is not a zombie movie; it's an infected person's movie or whatever," it's like, no, it's a zombie movie. It plays out like a zombie movie. It's you know, the rules of a zombie movie are all there in Demons. You know, the idea like if you get bit or scratched or whatever, you turn into one of them and join the army of the undead demons or whatever. So to me, it plays like a zombie movie. So to me, when I watch it, it feels like I'm watching a zombie movie. Um, Matt's see, since says Matt the same as the Fast and Furious car, right? I don't know. I've never seen a Fast and Furious movie, so. And since says, yeah, I just finished the Buchla and French Sense show in L.A. same weekend as Nam. That's right. That's right. That's where you were at. Nam in Anaheim. But yeah, love Demons. Like I said, weird pick, but I love Italian horror, so makes sense for me. So yeah, number 9 on my list, Lamberto Bava's Demons. All right. Wet my whistle here, and we'll get to number 8 on my list. Again, another Italian horror film. And again, when people ask me, some people ask me who my second favorite director is, most of the time I'll say Argento. I love Dario Argento. And it's usually either, it goes back and forth between him and Kubrick. And when people ask me what my favorite Argento film is, it's usually one of these two films. Or one of two films. And this one's on the list. And a lot of the times I'll say this film is my favorite. But tonight I'm putting it behind the other film because I feel like the other film had more of an impact on the way that I watch horror films, I guess is what I said. But to me, this film here may be Argento's best. And it's one that I love, and I think it's as flawless of a giallo, if you want to call it that, as Argento ever made. And for me, number 8 on my list is Dario Argento's 1982 Tenebrae. Number 8. This is one of those films that usually when I watch like an Argento giallo, usually I have it kind of figured out halfway through. Like you kind of say, it kind of makes sense that he would be the guy that's doing it, that's killing everybody. This is the one time that I remember watching this film. I watched it with my cousin, we used to watch all the horror films and stuff back in the day, and we didn't figure it out until the end. We were like, oh fuck, that's a brilliant fucking turn, brilliant swerve there at the end. And if you haven't seen Tenebrae, earmuffs, spoilers. But so the idea of Tenebrae, starring Anthony Francoisa, I can't remember how you pronounce his last name, but he plays a character named Peter Neal, who is a writer of these giallos, of murder mysteries. And his new book, Tenebrae, is being released, and he's going over to Italy to promote it. And once he gets there, all of a sudden, or actually before he gets there, that's the beautiful thing about the setup, that you don't see it coming. All of a sudden, somebody is going around killing people based on this book, inspired by this book, Tenebrae. And once he gets there, the police start investigating, and they start interviewing him, and he becomes aware of it, and he thinks maybe I'm next on the list, So he kind of becomes what the usual character in every giallo is, the guy trying to solve the mystery. The guy that writes murder mysteries is now trying to solve the actual murder mystery that's going on around him in Rome. And the way that he plays this character, Peter Neal, he's such a likable character. The Peter Neal character is so likable and just your everyday guy. I mean, he's so charming to all the women. Like he's the hero. You like him. You want him to solve this. You want him to figure it out. But of course, the big swerve at the end, spoiler alert, is that he turns out to be the killer in the end. Now, the thing about it is, like I said, the murders start happening before he arrives in Rome, but he figures out who the killer is halfway through the film. Then he kills the killer and then starts killing people that he wants to be killed in the name of the killer that everyone thinks is still on the still at large. Brilliant fucking swerve, man. I didn't see it coming, and if you go back and you rewatch the film, and it's like the thing about Argento, like sometimes you kind of got to look past a few plot holes and a few things that you're just like, well, that doesn't make any sense, or why did that happen? And like that couldn't have happened because this happened earlier. And Argento covers his ass in this film. Like you go back and you rewatch it, and you're like, oh, this all makes total sense now. And there's so many red herrings in this film. There's so many suspects in this film that it would make total sense that they would be the killer. That by the end, when you figure out how it all unfolded, you're like, wow, thing of genius. And again, brilliant score by Goblin. I'm gonna say it's Goblin because it's like 3/4 of Goblin did the score. So great score by Goblin, great performances. John Saxon, Daria Nicolodi's in this. Great gore effects. I mean, it's the goriest of maybe some of the later stuff that Argento did was a little bit more gory, but in terms of like giallos and stuff that Argento did at that time, like it's the goriest. I mean, this is like Argento mixing the giallo genre with the slasher genre. It works perfectly, and the ending of this film is so fucking good because you get all the little twists and turns in the end there, and then it's it's a brilliant fucking movie. It's my favorite giallo ever, probably, I would say. Like I said, Argento just knocks it out of the park. No stone left unturned. There's no plot holes. Like it makes total sense. It's one of those films you could watch 100 times and get enjoyment out of it. The look of the film is great. The scene, it's one of those scenes that's like, maybe it's a little self-indulgent, but if you get into the spirit of the music that's playing, the theme, the camera moving up, scaling the wall from room to room at one point before the killer kills these two women, and he's going from one place to another, and it's just like this long thing while the music's playing. Like there's something just brilliant about that. You're just like, God, they took a lot of time to figure out how to do that. I don't know. It's so good. But yeah, huge fan of Tenebrae. Like I said, if you ask me what my favorite Argento film is, a lot of the times I'll just say Tenebrae because it's the one that I can go back and watch and enjoy over and over and over again. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of this movie. So at number 8 on my list, Dario Argento's 1982 giallo Tenebrae. So what do we got here? What are you guys thinking? You guys are fans of Tenebrae or what we got? Where was I at here? Matt Tenebrae, good man. There we go. I think I may have lost some of you guys when I on Demons. I think most of you guys were like, what, Demons? Really? Top 10? But Tenebrae, I think I might bring some of you guys back in. Since this is Matt, I Don't Blame You shit movie series, but I saw the first one. Oh, talking about Fast and the Furious. So far, we've talked about Baby's Day Out, Fast and the Furious tonight. I did not expect this, but it is what it is. Larry says Tenebrae is great. Love the main song, Incredible Life. Yeah, that's another brilliant performance, and it's like I said, it's like 3/4 of Goblin, so I call it's Goblin. But I guess they're technically credited individually, but it's a Goblin score. But it's like a Goblin. It's like if Goblin did a bunch of cocaine and did a score. Like that's basically what it is to me. And it works. This is 80s Goblin. Steven says, I do enjoy this film. Don't know if I would have put it over Demons. Shut up, Steven. But I did enjoy it. Also, some pretty nice nudity as well. Yes, there's definitely plenty of that in this as well. You're just going to shit on everything. Next pick, you're going to be like, I love that movie, but I don't know if I'd put it over Tenebrae. What? No winning with you, Steven. Since this Tenebrae is great, especially the Hitchcock/Fincher style tracking shot, the window arm scene as well. Yeah, the fucking when she gets the arm chopped off, and it's just like the choreography of that is just so artistic. It's just like just the spray across the wall, and it's just like it's so morbid and awful, but beautiful at the same time. I don't know. Rick says, I am also going to mention Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. I liked it even though it had very little to do with the killer. Yeah, you don't got to convince me on that one. I'm a huge Halloween 3 fan, huge Season of the Witch fan. Didn't make my list, probably in that, 2025 favorites that I mentioned earlier. But yeah, I'm a huge, and especially, again, the score for that is amazing as well. Carter, how you doing, man? Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Hang on. I need some water. That's what it is. The Guinness is too thick. The Guinness is too thick. But it's not the smoking. I haven't had a cigarette in a few weeks, so I can't blame it on the cigarettes. But what's up, Carter? Old buddy Carter, how you been, man? I haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's see. All right, Grande says, Tenebre's fantastic. Love the dream sequences with the red heels and the beach, so trippy. Yeah, and the whole backstory there, it's kind of showing you like what's motivating this killer, but you don't know who the killer is. Yeah, great stuff. Like there's so much good shit in that film. Philip, what's going on, man? Philip Cassell in the house. Tenebrae slaps. I love that. That's a good way to put it. Tenebrae slaps. I like that. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Since says Tenebrae is very 80 synth with drum machines, my style, but quite different than prog goblin. Good stuff either way. Yeah, like I said, 80s goblin, man. It's it kind of flows what Claudio would go on to do with demons. So it kind of was that new a new direction for Claudio in the 80s. But I love it. And I think it's Argento is so fucking smart and so good about the looks of it. And that, of course, everybody talks about the master manipulator of the camera and his camera shots and stuff. And that's all true. But I mean, he's also brilliant in knowing what like color scheme. Like like Tenebrae to me is there's so much white in that film that when you're spraying blood all over the walls and shit, it like really pops. But yeah, Argento's just a master visual filmmaker. Tony Franciosa was also the LA police commissioner in Death Wish 2, for your information. Oh, it's interesting. I've never seen any Death Wish film, to be honest with you. That's there's some that I always look for, like when I'm out, like looking at Blu-rays and stuff when I'm shopping. But yeah, I've never seen any Death Wish films, so that's what I need to catch up on. Can I say I've never seen Mark of the Devil? I've never seen Mark of the Devil either. I don't know if I've ever heard of that one. Philip says Argento was cooking at the time, that long tracking shot up the side of the building while the score plays from a record player inside the building. Nuts, yeah. Argento was just, anything he was doing at the time was just fucking brilliant. Although Inferno, there's certain things about Inferno that I like, certain things that don't. But man, when you go from fucking, Deep Red to Suspiria to Inferno to Tenebrae, and then you go from that to Phenomena and Opera. I mean, that's when Argento was literally, hitting it on all cylinders for sure. More talk about Fast and the Furious. I'll leave the Fast and the Furious talk to you guys. I don't know what the hell. I've never seen one, so I don't know anything about it. Doesn't seem like my cup of tea though. But yeah, number 8 on my list, Dario Argento's classic Tenebrae, or Tenebrae, as some people say. So yeah, that's number 8 on my list. Do that. Maybe that'll help. All right. This will be interesting. Hold on one second. I gotta clear my fucking throat. All right. A lot of talking tonight. Sorry. All right. Number 7 on my list, I believe. I'm losing track already. Number 7 on my list. This will be an interesting one to talk about because this is one that I don't watch very often. It's one that I don't go back to very often. I went back to it today and watched it again in preparation for this show because I hadn't seen it in a while. It's just one of those films that I don't like watching. The older I get, the less I enjoy watching it, I'll say. But it had such an effect on me when I did first see it, and it still has an effect on me now. And I think there's something so brilliant about this film that I don't know any other film that ever really matched. And I don't know how any other film could match it because it's so brutal, uncomfortable, realistic in a way. But it is one of my all-time favorite horror films because it had such an impact on me the first time I saw it, and I've watched it so much over the years and studied it and watched all the documentaries and read interviews and stuff because I'm so fascinated by how did this fucking thing get made by such a renowned mainstream horror filmmaker. But it's on my list. We'll talk about it now. 1972's Last House on the Left, directed by Wes Craven, starring David Hess, Fred Lincoln, Jeremy Rain, Sandra Cassell, Lucy Grantham, and an early, I think the very first performance by Martin Kove. Of course, from Cobra Kai and Karate Kid. Rambo 3, I think he was in that. Rambo 2, Rambo 3. But yeah, Last House on the Left, 1972. One of those films, and again, I know now when people talk about it, especially if you watch like modern documentaries or something, when they mention Last House on the Left, everybody has to preface it with, well, I don't like this movie, but it is a classic and it was groundbreaking for the time and all that, but it's not a good movie to watch and blah, blah, blah. I still say it is a groundbreaking classic. Like, it's so... something about it. And is it perfect? No. Like, it's very flawed. Like, it looks like complete dog shit. Like, it's even... it doesn't even look like it was shot on 16 millimeter. It looks like it was a Super 8 film or something. It looks like a fucking snuff film. Even the new versions of this film. And when I first saw it, I saw an old VHS tape of it. I rented it and watched it when I was younger, and I was not younger, but old enough to understand what the hell I was looking at. But when I watched it, it just looks like something that shouldn't be out there. Like, it just looks like you're like, this should be fucking banned. Like, like, why is this available at a Blockbuster? But the story, if you haven't seen Last House on the Left, it's about these two teenage girls that are going to a concert in New York City, and they stop and talk to a kid played by Mark Scheffler, and they're trying to buy weed from him, but he lures them in, and it's him and this group of thugs that have just escaped prison. Played by David Hess, who's brilliant in this fucking role. David Hess makes you believe, and I think even he believed during the filming of this, as well as the girls. I think they were all kind of fucking scared of him because he was so into that role, the role of Krug. But it's him, Jeremy Rain, and Fred Lincoln to me is even more terrifying than David Hess because he's such a... I mean, his name in the movie is Weasel, and he's such a slimy fucking guy that you could believe that this guy would do this stuff. And so the thing about this movie is, like, they kidnap these two girls, they take them out to the woods, and they rape and murder these girls in very visceral, very visual, disturbing way. It's so realistic. It feels like a snuff film. It feels like Wes Craven is out in the woods with a camera filming a real rape and murder of these girls, and the way that especially Sandra Cassell's performance, like, there's a moment in this film where when they're gonna make the two girls have sex with each other for their entertainment, and she just starts breaking down. She's just like, I can't, she's like, I can't, and she starts taking her pants off slowly, and it's so fucking heartbreaking and so disturbing. but it's so effective. And I think part of the reason that this movie is as effective as it is and so offensive as it is, I mean, there's been a lot of movies out there that have incorporated, the idea of like kidnap, rape, murder, all that shit. But this movie is so effective, I think, and I think it comes down to some of the aspects of this film that some people kind of laugh at now. That they're kind of like, oh, it's kind of goofy. Like some of the score, like David Hess, the guy who plays Krug, did the soundtrack for this as well. And some of the songs are very 70s hippie, like wheels turning. And then it's like the main song where there's like a Weasel and Sadie, Junkie and Dad. And it's like this weird, wonky fucking music while all this is going on. And then all of a sudden it gets real and shit takes a turn. And it's like all this shit's going on. They make the girl pee her pants. And it's just like the degrading shit that they're doing to these girls. That whole scene there, when they first get him out into the woods, where he's like, "Pee your pants." I said, "Piss your pants," and they're just sitting around, and it takes you back to it makes you think of like bullies in school that have a kid surrounded in the locker room, and they're just making him, eat bugs or something for their own entertainment, and he's, just begging them not like shit like that. It's like primal shit like that. Like I never had to experience anything like that in school, fortunately, but people have, and I mean and they capture that so well in this movie, and I think a lot of the things that make that so as effective as is because that it gets real and so gritty and raw in those moments that you go from a scene like that to the goofy cops, Marty Cove and the fucking other guy, that they're the comedic, the levity of the thing, the comedic ass, whatever you want to call it. Like it almost, you're in one mood, but then all of a sudden you're following these two cops trying to get from place to place, and they're, riding on top of a chicken truck, and they fall, and it's just like slapstick comedy all of a sudden. And then it cuts back to, oh, this girl's getting raped, and you're just like, what is fucking going on here? I love the score and the soundtrack to this as well. I mean, David has some of the songs like, and now you're all alone, which is, of course, Tarantino used in The Hateful Eight years later. I mean, that's a great fucking song and used to perfection in this film. And like I said, some of the actors, I think Lucy Grantham was in some porno films. I know Fred Lincoln was a porno actor. So it's like the actors that they got to use in this thing were legitimate. I know the story of where which I don't, you know, condone this, but the story of David Hess when they couldn't get the scene down where he's supposed to be, raping Sandra Cassell's character. And she just couldn't get into it, and he tells her, he's like, look, you're gonna get into this, or I'm gonna put I'm really gonna fucking do it. And he scares the living shit out of her. And that scene where he's on top of her and the fucking spit on the cheek, and it's just like, it's so gritty and so raw and so uncomfortable, and I don't like watching it again today. Like, I don't know, the older I get, the more sensitive I am to this shit, I guess. I don't know. It was hard to watch. I mean, I just sit there. I'm just like, I don't, and especially with shit going on in the world this week and everything, and you're just reminded that like this stuff happens, like this stuff really, there are evil fucking people in the world like this, and even at a moment in the point in the film where the murderers have some regrets, where they're just like, what have we done? Like, why are we doing this? And Craven's always talked about that moment where that made audiences mad because they didn't want to feel any sympathy for these characters at all. But in that moment where they're kind of regretting it or having second thoughts or whatever, and it's just, I don't know. There's something so, like I said, it's not a perfect film. It feels like you're watching a porno because the acting is so bad at certain points. Some of the actors are so, like, not obviously actors, like they're just, the writing's not the greatest in some of the scenes, like in the beginning where he's just, what is this tits business? That whole scene is like, what? And then of course the whole wraparound, it's based off of, the Virgin Spring, the Bergman film where, the parents get the revenge in the end where, the killers stay with the parents. You know, the parents invite him into their house without knowing, because you know it all takes place like right down the road from one of the main characters' houses. But the parents find out and they get the revenge in the end, and they kill the bad guys in the end, and it's a satisfying ending if nothing else. Um, but to me, like growing up, like when I became so obsessed with this movie, just because it's like, why does this exist? Why would Wes Craven and Sean Cunningham, who would go on to direct Friday the 13th, and would be, why would they feel like this would be their thing? And of course, if you know Craven's background, his Baptist upbringing, and very sheltered, and then all of a sudden he's doing something like this in the early, like 72, the early 70s. This is not like, nobody's seen stuff like this before. Like, you, and I think that's why it was so shocking and effective. And of course, the brilliant promotion, to avoid fainting, it's only a movie, only a movie, only a movie. I don't know. I fucking love Last House on the Left. To me, it's my favorite Wes Craven film, but it's not a film that I'm just like, this is enjoyable. It's not, it's not Demons. It's not one that I watch gleefully and have fun with, but it's a movie that I'm fascinated with, and I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. But what do you guys think? Are you? I know it's one of those. It's another one of those films that's very divisive. Some people are just, they hate it, and some people love it. I don't know, but I'm just one of those people that something about it just works. Like I said, I think it's just maybe some of that juxtaposition, some of the music mixed with the violence that's going on screen, but then it cuts to the goofiness. But it's, I don't know. It's such a discombobulated fucking thing that somehow it makes it more effective. I don't know, but what do you guys think? Last House on the Left, number 7. I gotta write these down so I don't remember. I can remember. Yeah, number 7 on my list. Last House on the Left. Where are we at here? Grande, 100% on my list too. I think Last House is perfection, the most raw horror movie ever made. I think so too, man. And I mean, of course, there's been like Cannibal Holocaust, and like there's been stuff that's on par with this. And I think Cannibal Holocaust is right there with this in terms of like the most raw, uncomfortable fucking. I'm not talking about like fucking August Underground and that shit. Like that's I don't even consider those films, honestly. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to watch. But again, like with Cannibal Holocaust, like that's a movie I don't really go to a lot. Like it's a movie I don't watch very often. But when I do, I can't help but marvel at how effective and well made it is. And that's kind of how I feel about Last House on the Left. And it's not technically well made, but it works. It's like lightning in a bottle. It's like they captured something here, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Um, Steven says this is one of those movies that you should remember when it was released. I enjoyed this film for what it is. It can be hard to watch for some people, but that's what makes it great. I agree with that. I agree with that. It is hard to watch, just like Cannibal Holocaust, but that's kind of what makes it so good. What makes it so effective? I don't know. Larry says Last House is a life-changing film. Waited years to find it. Rocked my world at 14 years old. I was probably around that age too when I first saw it. Made my wife watch it early on in our relationship, and I don't know. And she stuck with you. That's how you know she was the one. She was like, "All right, well, this is what you're watching. All right." She was shaken but affected too. It's a life lesson. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those movies when you're watching, you're almost convinced that this is real. Like, it's really happening. Like, they're really doing this shit to these girls. And even when you know that they're not, you still, in the back of your mind, you're kind of thinking like, well, maybe they were actually. Yeah, I don't know, man. Since his Last House and I Spit on Your Grave were tough watches as a kid, but I learned to appreciate them later. Last House's Parents' Revenge section was great. Yeah. First use of a chainsaw in a horror film, I believe, in 72, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Maybe there was a Herschel Gordon Lewis film or something, but But yeah, the comeuppance at the end was a pretty cool way to end that film. Very very justified ending to those the villains in this film for sure. Um, um, Larry's saying it's so real. It's something that could really happen, and you have to take note of it, and it makes you more aware of it. The very real evils of the world. Yeah, and like I said, man, early 70s, 72. I mean, you got to think like, Night of the Living Dead 68, it's zombies, it's supernatural. Psycho even, like it's an isolated thing, one guy's psycho, But for the most part, every horror movie that people grew up on were, Frankenstein and, Dracula. It was very supernatural. This was just like not. Like there's nothing supernatural about this film at all. It's just like evil people doing evil shit that real evil people do in the world. So like seeing it when, it was already what, 30, 35 years old by the time that I first saw it. I can't imagine how people reacted seeing it the first time in 72. No, Midnight did not make the list. It was probably right behind the the honorable mentions I had earlier. I'm surprised Hess wasn't used by Warhol in some of his gritty movies like Bad. I don't know. Hess had done some other stuff. He'd been in some other films outside of Last House, but I think mostly he was a musician. I think that was kind of his what he mostly did after Last House. Larry says the only other film that truly rocked my young world in a similar manner was Clockwork Orange. Yeah, which I would have seen at about 12 years old, 2 years before I saw Last House. I think I saw Clockwork after Last House, but yeah, Clockwork Orange is another one. Another one that I considered putting on this list because I do kind of, in the same vein that Last House on the Left, I do kind of consider it a semi-horror film. Because there is some really horrific shit in Clockwork Orange. But yeah, totally agree with you on that one. Granny says, Last House and Hills Have Eyes are honestly instrumental to me loving horror. Last House is undoubtedly on my top 10. Hills is definitely in the conversation. It's definitely in my top 10 most rewatch. Yeah, Hills Have Eyes is another one that could have been easily in my honorable mentions as well. It's definitely in that top 20, 25 range. Love Hills Have Eyes. It's only a movie, but could easily not be a movie. It could be real, and that's its power. You're right. That's spot on. Bonnie says disturbing. I agree with that. Since his movies like Last House paved the way for French extremism films like Irreversible. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I'm sure there was content like that in some films, foreign films before, but none that I know of. But yeah, for American horror films or whatever, like I'm surprised this came out, to be honest with you. Had any kind of release. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Synth. Wizard of Gore in 1970 had an earlier chainsaw action. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, outside of that, it was pre-Texas Chainsaw Massacre, we'll just say that. Yeah. Steven says Clockwork forever changed how I heard Singing in the Rain. Yeah, anytime I take a bath, I'm always urged to sing Singing in the Rain like Alex when he's taking his bath. But yeah, number 7 on my list. Last House on the Left. Wes Craven, 1972. This will be an interesting one. Get you guys' takes on. Number 6 on my list, my top 10 favorite horror films. This might be controversial, but fuck it. This is probably the one that some people might say, what? But number 6 on my list, 2005, Rob Zombie's The Devil's Rejects. And this is the most current, this is the most modern film on my list. If you want to call 2005 modern, I mean, that was 20 years ago now, but The Devil's Rejects by Rob Zombie was, so when House of a Thousand Corpses came out, I'd already been a fan of Rob Zombie's music growing up. Loved White Zombie, loved Rob Zombie. So when House of a Thousand Corpses came out, I mean, that was, of course, talked about because it was made and then didn't come out for years. So it was always like a rumor. It's like Rob Zombie made a horror movie and it's the most offensive. It was the most groundbreaking horror movie you've ever seen, and they won't release it, and will we ever see it, and blah blah blah. So it was like hyped up big time for years. So when House of a Thousand Corpses first came out, um, I didn't see it in theaters, but I did see it when it came out on DVD. I rented it and I loved it. I wasn't blown away by it, but I got it. It was something so different than anything else that had come out around that time. Love the characters, love the dialogue. There are certain things about it I'm not, I think could have been better. But again, Rob Zombie hates House of Thousand Corpses because they, fucked with it so much and he didn't quite get to do what he wanted to do with it. But compared to a lot of the other stuff that was coming out around that time, it was something different and something I enjoyed. I thought the soundtrack and everything. I was a fan. I was in. I was in on Rob Zombie as a filmmaker at that point. So when I heard he was doing a sequel called The Devil's Rejects, and of course back in the day you'd get online, pre-social media, you'd get online and you'd go to like upcominghorrormovies.com or whatnot, and you would see like the teaser trailer or some photos from the set, or you would see the poster. And House of a Thousand Corpses is very psychedelic, very colorful, a lot going on in that movie. When I started seeing all the stills and stuff for, the photos and stuff for The Devil's Rejects, the sequel to House of a Thousand Corpses, it was like, what is this? This is not what I was used to with House of, like, why is, like, Otis, Bill Moseley's character, had a beard at this point, and it just looked like a road movie. It looked completely different. So my expectations were kind of low for Devil's Rejects. I was like, what? This is not what I wanted or expected. I wanted, House of a Thousand Corpses too. And of course, this was the same summer that Land of the Dead came out, and that was the one that I was psyched for. I was like, Land of the Dead, So Land of the Dead comes out in June, I believe, and then July is when Devil's Rejects comes out. So I remember, and I've told this story before, but seeing the Devil's Rejects in the theater was one of the best theater experiences of my life. Still to this day, maybe my favorite theater experience. And I don't know if I'll ever forget it. So I go to see it. Like I said, my expectations are a little low. The trailer didn't really blow me away. I was like, I don't really want to, road movie. I don't know what this is. So we go to the theater to see it. I go with my friends, a couple of my friends, and we get to the theater and it's packed. And I was not expecting it. Packed theater. And the movie starts, and almost every beat of that movie, it's like I'm getting happier and happier, and I'm loving it. The soundtrack, all the cameos from all these actors in all these movies that I'd loved for years. Ken Foray plays Charlie the Pimp. Come on. PJ Souls, E.G. Daily, Michael Berryman. You start seeing all these that weren't used at the time. People forget, like 2005, like all these, you didn't see Ken Foray in anything in 2005, especially not on in a mainstream theater. So when I see Ken Foray pop up as a fucking pimp, and he's like, "Come on, baby, hustle that pussy," I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, this is Peter from Dawn of the Dead is a fucking pimp. The movie starts, and people, the theater, people were fucking, it was a party. People were uncomfortable. People were laughing, like hysterically in the aisles, laughing at certain parts of this movie. Some people cheering, everything. It was like Rocky Horror Picture Show, like for the opening night of Devil's Reject. We saw it on opening night in my local theater. The first time you see fucking Captain Spaulding pop up, and he's fucking Ginger Lynn. I think it's Ginger Lynn. And, he's... He wakes up from the nightmare because she shoots him, and he wakes up next to the bigger, meatier woman, and she's like, "What happened? Bad dream?" And he's like, 50-50. The crowd, the fucking theater just pops with laughter. Just the dialogue is fucking hilarious. But the brilliant thing about the Devil's Rejects, and like I said, theater experience, the ending of the movie with Freebird, maybe my favorite ending of any movie ever. Because it's just perfect. But the thing about Devil's Rejects to me that I didn't expect, and it was the moment that I was like, holy shit, like maybe Rob Zombie is a really good storyteller filmmaker. And, people love Rob Zombie, hate Rob Zombie, whatever. Like, I'm not a fan of a lot of some of his later stuff. I feel like I don't know, he kind of lost his way a little bit somewhere or down the line. I know his Halloween movies piss people the fuck off. But when I saw it was the first time I was like, man, Rob's got something here. Because in the movie, so the film starts, it's following these characters, Captain Spaulding, Baby, and Otis. They're on the run from the police. They've been raided. They're on the run, and they kidnap these two couples that are in this traveling band in this hotel, and very much like Last House on the Left, there's some very uncomfortable, very graphic moments in those scenes. To the point where Bill Moseley always tells the story of, like, he went to Rob Zombie, and he's like, dude, I don't know if I can do this. Like, this is a little much. I feel very uncomfortable doing this. And Rob, with one of my favorite quotes, Rob looked at him and was like, well, art is not safe. And Bill's like, you're right. And Bill Moseley, my God, one of the best performances of any horror movie, in my opinion. I mean, there was a movement back in the day from the horror community to get Bill Moseley nominated for an Academy Award for this picture. I remember that. But he's great in it. He's great in it. And you're following these characters, and at the beginning of the film, they're so sadistic and so evil that you want them to get caught. You want them to die. You're like, fuck, somebody's got to catch these people, because these people are the epitome of evil. Captain Spaulding meets up with them later, and of course, William Forsythe plays Sheriff Wydell, I think it's Sheriff Wydell. Wydell's his name, but he's the brother of Tom Towell's character in House that they murder. So he's on like a revenge thing. He's trying to catch this family and get them all out of revenge. And so at the beginning of the film, you're on his side. You're on Wydell's side. You're like, I hope he catches it, because this is a bad motherfucker, and he's going to catch him, and he can take him. But the weird thing is, once the three get together, Captain Spaulding, Otis, and Baby, once they all meet up in the hotel, and then they take off together, all of a sudden, tutti fucking fruity. That scene happens, and you're like, they're like a family. They're just like us. They're just fucked up and sadistic and psychotic, but they're just like my family. They're arguing and making fun of each other, and it's like, And all of a sudden, as the movie goes on, you start to sympathize with them, and you're like, wait a minute. These are the worst people on earth, and all of a sudden, I'm on their side. So by the end of the film, when Wydell confronts them, captures them, and is torturing them in their own house, you want them to escape. You want them to. You're on their side, or at least I was. That was the switch. You were, because Wydell had become so sadistic and psychotic in his pursuit of these three at this point that he's all of a sudden the villain, and the three characters that you've been on this ride with throughout the film, all of a sudden you're identifying with them. You're on their side. That's brilliant. And the back and forth when they get to, the Charlie's whorehouse or whatever, when they show up, and there's that brotherly connection that he has with Sid Haig, and the back and forth, the dialogue is like, what you call me? I called you a stupid pig fucking dumbass pussy piece of shit. You're a dead man. And then, it's the water gun, and they embrace and they party. And again, it's some of the best quotable dialogue in that film. So you grow to like these characters, the most sadistic, evil fucking characters that you've ever come across. That you just watch slaughter this group of people in a hotel room. By the end of the movie, you're on their side, and you want them to live. You want them to escape. And that's brilliant. That's what they call in wrestling. That's what they call a double turn, where the babyface turns heel and the heel turns babyface, all in one swoop. That's what this movie does, effectively. It pulls off that double turn. Again, the soundtrack, perfectly put together. Of course, Freebird, the ending, Freebird, one of the great endings in any horror film. Terry Reid, David Essex, Joe Walsh, Rocky Mountain Way. I mean, Jesus Christ. And at the time you see this stuff, you're not seeing, like, this film inspired so much after it that I think people kind of got used to it, and they look back on this film now and they're just like, oh, it's just one of those movies. But at the time, we didn't have those movies yet. We just had this. So I'm sitting in the theater watching this play out, and I'm seeing all of these heroes on screen, Ken Foree, Michael Berryman, and I'm just like, I'm again, one of the greatest theater experiences. And when the movie is over, when the film ends, fucking round of applause, ovation, the crowd all clap, and I'm just sitting there just like taking it in. I'm just like, I felt like I just orgasmed. I was just like, wow, like that's what I want. And love The Devil's Rejects. Like I can't lie. 2 thumbs up, by God. Ebert and Roper. They didn't give 2 thumbs up to very much, but they all agreed it's one of those films that's it's gruesome, it's brutal in parts, but effective. And the montage at the end when Freebird's playing and showing them like as a family, they're just a fucked up family. Love it. It's a brilliant film on many levels, in my opinion. I was gonna mention something else, but I can't remember what the hell it was now. I don't know. Maybe it'll come to me. But yes, number 6 on my list, 2005, Rob Zombie's The Devil's Rejects. What do you think? Am I crazy? Maybe personal favorite, more so than anything. But to me, I always say this, like The Devil's Rejects is my favorite horror film of the last, since the 2000s. It's made this list. It's like I said, it's the most modern, current film on this list. And it's it's one that I can go back to and quote and think about all the fucking time. I always think about Tutti fucking Frutti. Oh, the other thing I wanted to point out about this too, maybe why I hold it in such dearest regard. This movie is a fucking, I don't know if it says something about my taste in women or whatnot, but this movie is an aphrodisiac. This movie's gotten me laid three separate times. On dates, like if we're hanging out, I'm going over hanging out with a chick. Hey, you want to watch Devil's Rejects? Always gets them in the mood. I don't know what it is. Like I said, I don't know if that says anything about the kind of women that I've surrounded myself with throughout my life, but something about this movie seems to get the ladies in the mood. I don't know what it is, but there's something about it. But yeah, what do you guys think? Is it getting any of you guys in the mood? That's what I want to know. Kenneth says, wow, nice pick, Alpha. Respect. Thank you. A little respect there. Since says, that is the only Rob Zombie movie I enjoyed, not convinced by his cinematic talent overall. Yeah, I mean, look, the Halloween movies, House is what it is. It's his first attempt. The Halloween movies, I enjoy aspects of them, but I don't think, I don't know, man. They're to me, they're not your typical Halloween movies. They're, Rob Zombie doing a Halloween movie. Lords of Salem, I think, is really, really, really good and really underrated. I really like Lords of Salem a lot. That's probably my second favorite. Well, maybe third. I'd still probably say House. I'm putting House of Thousand Corpses ahead of it. But Lords of Salem's right up there. And then, a lot of his later stuff, like 31 is... Again, there's certain things about it that I think are pretty cool that I kind of dig, but again, it just, after a while, it just felt like Rob was kind of trying to go back to the well a little bit, and he literally did with 3 from Hell, and 3 from Hell, not very good, unfortunately. But The Devil's Rejects, I think, is just like a modern horror masterpiece. And the chicken fucker scene, my God, the people in the theater, in the aisle, just howling with laughter. It's like, you ain't gonna fuck these chickens, are you? What'd you call me? I'm not saying you'd fuck a chicken, but that boy over there looks sexually frustrated. It's Ken Foree and Michael Berryman, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this is amazing. Steven says, a nice pick. I dig this more than House of Thousand Corpses. Also loved William Forsythe's performance in this film, especially the Elvis scene. Yeah. William Forsythe's great in this movie, especially his scenes with Leslie Easterbrook. where they're in the cell and she's trying, and Leslie Easterbrook to me was an upgrade over Karen Black. I like Karen Black, but Leslie Easterbrook I felt like brought that role to another level, brought it into a more realistic role, or a realistic realm, I guess. But yeah, Forsythe was great in it. Granny said, I like this when I first saw it, but for whatever reason, this one has aged poorly for me. With Rob Zombie, I actually like Lords of Salem, the best of his movie. Yeah, love Lords of Salem. And I know Uncle Bill was talking about that the other night, how it's not aged as well for him. And I thought maybe it would, like I said, maybe it's just like a nostalgia thing for me because I saw it in the theater and it had such a great time, and I watched it a dozen times, and like I said, it's got me laid multiple times. But I went back and watched it again recently, and again, by the end of it, I'm just like, fuck, I love that movie. I love that fucking movie. There's a few scenes here and there that I'm not the biggest fan of, but for the most part, it still works for me. Larry says, love Rejects. It and Tarantino's early films introduced me to the world of 70s music that I wasn't aware of. Yeah, I mean, it definitely introduced me to a lot of music for sure. I was into rap for a long time, never heard Freebird until wow, really? No lie, I love it now. Yeah, that ending, fuck it. Like, it's a little cliche at this point, but it works so perfectly. But the fact that they brought him back for that sequel was just like, what? Since as even Rob's music is mostly a rehash of 90s Ministry and My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. Yeah, I mean, Rob's music, to me, Rob Zombie, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, his music to me, it's very little about the actual music aspect of it. Rob Zombie is a visual artist. He's a great artist for one, in terms of like literal art. But he's a visual artist. His films to me, it's more so than the script or whatever. It's all about, when you're watching a Rob Zombie movie, you know you're watching a Rob Zombie movie. He has just an amazing eye for details. Like, you watch his music videos, there's so much in those music videos that so his music to me was always a package. It was a audio visual package for me, like, or his Ministry. I mean, a lot of early Ministry I love, like the 80s Ministry I'm a big fan of. Later, like 90s Ministry, a lot of this stuff was just kind of like, I don't know, just it's a little repetitive, and I don't know. Not to shit on Ministry or anything, but Steven said, I wish Zombie had done a DDP, Danny Trejo film. There could have been an awesome movie there. Yeah, I agree. DDP. I didn't even mention DDP and Danny Trejo as the bounty hunters. Just give us fucking cool, killer, kick-ass cast. Steve, didn't you get enough ass banging last night? And it's continuity there, because if you remember in House of 1,000 Corpses, he makes the quote of, I like them with a little more meat on them, a little more, bigger the cushion, the sweeter the pushing, So it's continuity there, carried over to the second one. Steven never thought I'd quote Captain Spaulding in an online chat. Well, hey, I'm doing all kinds of quotes tonight, so. Granny said it's exactly like Austin Brett Double Turn at Mania 3. You respect Steve because he's one tough son of a bitch. That's right. Yeah. It's, Stone Cold is the Firefly family. Since I grew up watching Sid Haig in crazy movies and TV shows like Buck Rogers yeah, Sid Haig was one of those guys that was in a bunch of shit back in the day. A lot of the exploitation, blaxploitation stuff. He was in, Spider Baby, and again, it's just casting. Rob Zombie is such a fan of those films that he knew, Ken Foree, Michael Berryman, and he was the only guy putting those actors in these films at that time. And I was, I'm loving every minute of it. Steven says, to use a wrestling term, this was a heel program for me. I loved the journey, but I never quite thought that the Fireflies didn't deserve their payback, but I understood how you could be seduced by them. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, definitely a heel program, but like I said, by the end of it, it's you like those characters so much, you enjoy being around them. You're kind of on their side. It's like when, like I mentioned it a couple weeks ago, the scene where Ken Foree and Sid Haig are sitting in the parlor or whatever, smoking the joint. It's just like two brothers hanging out, busting each other's balls. And on the juxtaposition of that is this psychotic fucking cop who's cussing himself out in the mirror, like, what you gonna do? And he's like, flicking the cigarette at himself, and you're just like, this guy's fucking nuts, but these guys are kind of cool, What are we doing standing around here like stone foot roosters in a fuck farm? Yeah. Yeah. Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these. So weird. And Steve said, for your information, now for there's a 20th anniversary. Yeah, I saw the 4K. This is coming out soon. That's probably one I'm going to get at some point for sure. Steven says, I dig 31. Even in hell, people want popcorn. Yeah. That's the big thing for 31 for me is Richard Brake. Like, fucking amazing performance in that movie from Richard Brake. And some really interesting casting choices in that as well, like E.G. Daily in that as well. Granny says Jericho was originally going to be the DDP role, but Rob said he was too pretty for it. I don't know about now. He could probably play that role better than DDP now for it. Hell. And Steven says Sid Haig was around for so long. He was in the Adam West Batman TV series. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, number 6, Devil's Rejects, Rob Zombie, 2005. Love it. Love it. Love it. I don't think this one's going to be too controversial. Some people may say, oh, why isn't this higher on your list? This is one of the all-time greatest fucking movies ever made. And I agree. But it's my list. But number 5 on my list. We're in the top 5 now. Number 5 on my list. The Stanley Kubrick classic. And I don't give a shit what Stephen King says. Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. 1980, starring Jack Nicholson, Shelley Duvall, Danny Lloyd, Scatman Crothers. Again, like The Thing, it's like, what the hell can I say about The Shining that hasn't been said, 1,000 times by people that are far more eloquent and learned about this shit than I am? Like, it's a fucking perfect film that I was just obsessed with after I saw it for the first time. Jack Nicholson is one of the greatest performances. Again, it's one of those performances that, people talk about to this day. It should have won an Academy Award. I don't care. It should have been an Oscar. It was an Oscar-worthy performance from Nicholson. Shelley Duvall is good in it as well. She plays like just the, oh shucks type of character so well that when she's in such danger and she's so terrified, it's like you buy it. Danny Lloyd as Danny is really good in this role as well. Like I don't know, man, and it's fucking Kubrick. It's Stanley Kubrick. Like I said, my second favorite director, depending on the day, it's either Argento or it's Kubrick. I know that, you people, Stephen King hates this movie and he was mad at Kubrick for ruining it and blah, blah, blah. But, come on. When it comes to filmmaking, when it comes to making films and what a good film is, I'm on Kubrick's side, not King's side on this. And The Shining, to me, is a horror masterpiece in every sense of the word. There's so much about, like I said, I don't even know what the hell to say. I have no new angle on this movie outside than it's an amazing horror film. It's an amazing film, period. Score, it's fantastic. The location, the setting, I mean, it's one of the most iconic locations ever. The Overlook Hotel. And it's, again, one of those movies that I've seen dozens of times at this point, that every time I go back and watch it again, I always discover something new about it. I notice something new, or I think I notice something new, because there's so many conspiracy theories about this movie at this point. What does this mean? What does that mean? Oh, you can see this over here. You can see that over there. What, people, the whole thing where Kubrick was trying to tell us that he did the moon landing because he's, Danny's wearing the rocket ship sweater in this scene. And there's so many, theories and conspiracies about this movie at this point that it's hard to go back and try to just watch it as a film. You're always looking for something else. But this is one I just watched again not too long ago. Well, fuck, it's probably been 8, 9 months ago now. It's another snow day go to, Shining and The Thing. But I was watching it, snow day, curled up. We're snowed in. I'm watching The Shining, and my daughter comes up and starts watching it with me, and I'm just like, she might like this, but she might be bored by it after a while. But she watched the whole fucking thing. After it was over, she wanted to watch it again, so we watched it again. So it works for 4-year-olds too. And of course, she was going around doing the fucking red rum thing, which was cute. But yeah, it holds up. Every time you watch it, it holds up. I love the isolation that you feel when you're watching this movie. It feels cold. It feels unnerving. But again, it's one of those films where you're just like, what's going on? Like we were talking about with Cronenberg earlier, or Phantasm. It's like, what the hell's going on? Like, is this actually happening? Is Jack Nicholson just losing his mind and is going to kill his family, or is this place actually haunted? And of course, the ending. People there's the debate about what does the ending mean. I don't know. It's a brilliant film, and to me, like when people talk about how great some of the greatest films ever made, it's almost like you could just go through Kubrick's fucking filmography and just say all of these will be on the list of the greatest films ever made. And The Shining is no different. Clockwork Orange, The Shining, Eyes Wide Shut, Full Metal Jacket, 2001, Doctor Strangelove. Like, there's an argument to be made. I've said this before. There's an argument to be made that Kubrick has made the best film in every genre. Best horror movie, best science fiction, best horror movie. There's that argument. You can make that argument. But again, like I said earlier, like this movie was blown out of the water by Friday the 13th when it came out. It came out the same weekend, 1980. And so it was kind of one of those movies that, and I feel like if I remember correctly, this movie was pretty panned critically when it first came out as well. But I think it's just one of those movies that's so ahead of its time. But it's also so timeless at the same time. Like you watch it now and it doesn't feel like a movie from 1980. It could be, anything. I don't know, man. It's a damn near perfect fucking movie to me. Like there's not a weak point, and it's one of those movies. Like it's 2.5 hours long. Like it's a longer movie, but it doesn't feel like it ever. Anytime I pop this in, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch The Shining, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll watch half of it now, and I'll come back and watch the other half later or something. I always end up sitting there watching the whole thing all the way through because every scene is must watch for me. Every scene Jack Nicholson's in is must watch for me. Like his slow descent into madness, and the typewriter scene when she discovers, page after page after page of, all play or all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And it's just like, do you like it? The whole lead up there with it's like, and one of my favorite lines in any movie ever is like, honey, darling, light of my life, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your fucking brains in. Just gonna bash them right the fuck in. It's like Jack Nicholson is perfect in this role. I don't know. Number 5, like I said, I don't know what the fuck to say about this movie that hasn't been said 1,000 times. I just love it. It's one of those I watch every year, and like I said, it's one of those movies I can't not finish when I start it. But number 5 on my list, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining from 1980. I know Larry's happy about this one. He'd probably say, why is this not higher? But what do you guys think? I'll say that anybody not a fan of The Shining, is anybody on Stephen King's side in this argument? Hey, Robert. Man, I'm late tonight. No worries, my man. Robert 990, how you doing, man? Dude, I'm still, like I said, we're on number 5 right now. I still got 4 to go. We're already over 3 hours into this sucker, so I might be pulling an all-nighter, because these next 4 titles I can talk about for fucking ever. So, hang in there. But I'll try to go through these fairly quickly. But good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Granny says The Shining is my number 3. No other movie can ever capture what it did. I agree with that. It's one of a kind. Like, there's nothing else like it. And again, it's Kubrick doing a horror film. And Kubrick doing any fucking film, there's a good chance it's probably going to be the best film in that genre. Ken says Jack is a different breed, perfect for the role. Yeah, I love Jack Nicholson, man. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is another one of my all-time favorite movies. It's a shame. I hate knowing that he doesn't do any work anymore because, I mean, The Departed, I guess, was one of the last things that he did, and he was great in that. But, hey, you know, I get it. Fucking rest up, man. Rest up. Um, Granny said, I think it was nominated for several Razzies, which I don't understand. Yeah, I felt like that was the case. Like I said, I just don't think people understood it at the time. People just didn't get it. They were just like, oh, this is a mess. I think this doesn't make any sense. And then years later, I think people just kind of caught up to Kubrick, where Kubrick was at. Except for Stephen King. Stephen King is still to this day not caught up to where Kubrick was at. But um, Steven says, can't complain about this pick. I don't care what anyone says. Nicholson was perfect in this movie. Maybe he was over the top, but it doesn't matter. Still a classic to me. I mean, he was Pilato in this movie. Like, Pilato was over the top in Day of the Dead, but it's fucking perfect for Day of the Dead. Nicholson is over the top in this movie, but it's perfect for that character. It makes those scenes. It's mesmerizing in those scenes. Even just his facial features when he's locked in the fucking the pantry or freezer or whatever the hell it is, and you got that shot coming up, and you're looking up at him as he's at the door with the fucking thing, and he's like trying to get it's all facial. You're just sitting there watching him make faces for a second, but it's so mesmerizing you can't look away. Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, good old olive oil. That's right. And I'm sorry, but the whole thing about like, oh, Stephen King or Stanley Kubrick drove her crazy on the set, and that's why she went on to become a fucking nutcase later on. No, I don't want to speak ill of the dead. I don't want to say nutcase, but you know, she had a rough go of it there at the end. I'll be a little more political about it. That's bullshit. I don't buy that for a fucking second. If you're an actor and you work with somebody like Stanley Kubrick, and you know you can't handle it, then fucking do something else. You know. Although I do understand it would probably drive me crazy too if I had to do like 200 takes of something. Like that's one thing. That's one aspect of Kubrick that I've always just been like, really, is that fucking necessary? Like, I don't know. It's a complete juxtaposition between him and George, where George could never, like, George, like 5 takes, George would be like bored and want to move on to something else. He'd be like, fuck it, I'll figure it out later. Like, I'll figure it out in the editing. Whereas Kubrick, like, seriously, that many takes of something, it's like, I don't know, that kind of, it's like you should know what you want and how to get it in less than 200 takes. I don't know. But yeah, here we go, Larry. What do you guys say? I know you're good with this one. Larry says, as I said, The Shining is probably my number one, interchangeably with The Thing. It's mesmerizing. It violated most of the rules of horror at that time, and in not following the rules, becomes the greatest. Very, very well said. And there's so much about the movie that's never, like, explained, or, you know, it's never fleshed out. It's just like, it is what it is. It's an experience. Deal with it. What do you think? Let it, you know, let your mind go wild. Larry says, I could talk about this film in a million ways and why it's great. It can't even be typed. Yeah. That's how I am, man. It's like, it's one of those movies. It's like, I've heard like Dirk and Grande and you know, Dead Pit guys that did a whole stream on The Shining before. It's like everybody's talked about this movie to death. It's like I don't know what else to say about that. It hasn't already been said more eloquently and more, you know, coherent, I guess. But it's you know, it's a perfect, not just a perfect horror film. It's a perfect film in my opinion. There's nothing about it that's not spot on. I don't know. Maybe it takes 200 takes to do that, I guess. I don't know, but since The Shining, Shining also a perfect movie, and it spawned the hilarious Room 237 doc. Yeah, that documentary is ridiculous. It's like they're really out there with some of this shit. It's like you're really looking a little too deep into some of this shit. Yeah. Grande says, Room 237 worst documentary ever. Yeah, it's pretty whacked. Since says Wendy Carlos, like with the Clockwork Orange, nailed the Shining score with help from Rachel Elkind. Yeah. A very somebody doesn't get talked about enough is Wendy Carlos, I think, because the Clockwork Orange is another one that I love that score. It's one of my favorite scores of all time for sure. Larry says it makes you think. It doesn't spell everything out. You don't get all the answers, and you are left with more questions than you may be able to answer. It's pure genius. I agree. And Larry also agrees that Room 237 is pure shit. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Shining is that it doesn't give you the answers. It just gives you it, and it's like one of those movies. Like you think like the answers aren't there a lot of the times, but if you when you go back and watch this, like I said, you always wait a minute. Look, his tie. It looks just like the maze or something. You know, it's like what does that symbolize? What does that mean? And that's the thing about Kubrick is like Kubrick was so particular and so specific about every shot, everything that's set up, like that cup is sitting on the desk right there for some fucking reason. I know it. I got to pinpoint it. Why is that cup there? You know, like Kubrick was so detailed in that way that it's a treat to watch. Like all of his films are like that. Eyes Wide Shut is another one that every time I watch it, it's like another piece gets put together. It's like, oh, wow, I never noticed that before. But just a brilliant fucking filmmaker. Synth says Kubrick was famous for using modern, wild classical music in his movies, like pieces by Ligeti and Penderecki. Yeah. And using them in weird ways, like in A Clockwork Orange. Robert says, no beard, no TV, make Homer something. Great episode of The Simpsons, Treehouse of Terror. Since I saw The Shining as a kid in the drive-in, ingrained in my brain. That'd have been a cool one to see back in the day at the drive-in. I think the first time I ever saw anything from The Shining was Twister. Because wasn't that the movie that was playing at the drive-in when the tornado came through in Twister halfway through? I remember seeing Twister when I was a kid in that movie. And I forget my babysitter at the time, who was a little older lady who was around when The Shining came out. Like she immediately knew like that movie. She was like, "Oh, that's the scariest movie I've ever seen." So that stuck with me in my head when I was a kid, just because it was in Twister. So there's a fun little memory. There you go. Imagine Joe Pilato was Jack Torrance. He could have pulled it off. What the fuck's the matter with you people? Grind says, Jack, I can make you anything to eat. I said, shut up! I'm running this fucking monkey farm now. I can see it. I don't know. I think it works. I could see him doing that. Steven says another great Nicholson performance, in case you haven't seen, is Chinatown. Non-horror, but a great film nonetheless. That's one I've never grabbed onto, is Chinatown. I've tried to watch it a few times, and it's always like, you know. But yeah, I mean, Nicholson's great in anything. Scatman, yes, Scatman wasn't happy with the kitchen scene. Some angles having to do 120 takes or something. Yeah, another guy, Scatman Crothers in that movie is great. And I guess I don't know if he had the same agent or something as Nicholson, but he was also in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as well. Okay, here we go. Robert coming in with the hot take. Hot take, I like The Shining, but it wouldn't make my top 100. Okay, coming in. Robert, you're late, man, but you're bringing the hot takes, and I'm here for them, man. I'm here for it. Very cool. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, though. But, hey, we all have our opinions. I've gotten some shit from Steven tonight over some of my picks, so it's all cool. It's all personal preference. It's all good, baby. Steven says top 100 for horror or in general, and Robert's saying in general. I think okay, even for in general, I'd still say in general it's a top 100 film of all time. But yeah, number 5, The Shining, from the great Stanley Kubrick, 1980. Whittling down, baby. We're whittling them down. We got 4 more to go. And number 4 on my list. And the thumbnail may have given this one away, but what the hell? I love this fucking movie. I think it's as far as slashers go, it's my favorite slasher of all time. I think it's damn near perfect. It's another one of those movies that every time I watch it, every scene is mesmerizing, and I gotta watch it. The performance in this, the main performance in this, is absolutely fucking amazing. Another one that if I were in the Academy, I would have nominated it for an Oscar. But this one, from 1980, William Lustig's masterpiece. I don't care what anybody says. Masterpiece. Maniac, 1980, starring Joe Spinell, Caroline Munro, Tom Savini is in this, and then great effects from Savini as well. To me, like the effects in Maniac are right up there with anything Savini ever did in terms of the slasher films that he did around this time. But Maniac, to me, like I said, it's my favorite slasher. Excuse me, I almost threw up saying it. My favorite slasher of all time. I can watch this movie anytime. I think Joe Spinell makes this movie 100%. His performance is so terrifying, uncomfortable, but at the same time, he's so sympathetic because of his backstory in this. And the thing that sets this movie apart from any other slasher or whatever, for one, we're forced to identify with the killer. He's the main character of this film. We're with him throughout the film. We're watching this movie from his point of view, his perspective. And the way that he kills people in this movie is so brutal, so mean-spirited, to use a Roger Ebert word. That, again, kind of in the same vein as Devil's Rejects, we're stuck with this character that we almost kind of sympathize with him at the end. When, he makes it back, he lays down and starts crying, and, he's dealing with mommy issues and all that, and it's like, oh, this poor fucking kid, this kid was abused and traumatized as a child, so now that he's gotten older and he's now a serial killer going around New York City just massacring people in the most brutal fucking ways possible, somehow you still sympathize when you're like, oh, poor guy. In some weird way. I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm fucking weird, but Spinell's amazing in this. Savini's effects are amazing, and of course the great head explosion scene with the shotgun is iconic. It's one of the most iconic effects in any 80s horror film ever. The grittiness of this film, it makes New York City seem like, which I wasn't around at the time, but from what I've heard from different people, it was kind of this way back in the day with the crime and everything. It also has a very Italian feel to it as well. It feels Italian in certain aspects. Which I think Lustig was kind of going for when he was making this film, because I know originally, instead of Caroline Munro, he wanted to cast Daria Nicolodi, who was, of course, Argento's wife and was in all of Argento's stuff at the time. So there was definitely some Italian inspiration there, which we know, Lustig's a huge Italian cinema fan, horror cinema fan at least. And but like I said, this movie is just made by Joe Spinell. One of my favorite performances in any horror film ever is Joe Spinell in this film. And the thing that I think separates this film from a lot of other slashers and other things like it is almost the love story. And I wish they would have gone a little, and I think they may have. I think it ended a little abruptly for my liking, and I think they could have taken it a little farther if they'd had a little more money, a little more time. But the weird love story that kind of develops between him, between the Joseph Zito character and the Caroline Munro character, something about the way he turns from just disgusting psychopath to charming, likable guy. Like when they're having the dinner scene, when they're on the date, when they're sitting at the Clams Casino or whatever, I think that's what the name of it was, the restaurant. And they're sitting there having the chat, and he's so charming, and you can kind of see, like, it's almost like two different people, but those are the people that kill. Those are the psychopaths out on the street. It's like, it's the person that you never expect. It's like that guy can turn that on and pretend to be this charming guy, but then at the same time be this completely fucked up character. And the whole mannequin thing where he scalps the women and nails their nails the hair onto the mannequins' heads and talks to them as if they're his girlfriends and whatnot. It's like, there's so much disturbing, fucked up shit in this movie, but at the same time, the performance from Spinell is just a masterclass in, how to draw sympathy from the most wretched, despicable, evil human beings on Earth. somehow there he still pulls that sympathy out of you because of the backstory, because of his childhood, and he's such a tortured. He spends a lot of this time crying and moaning and just like, he just switches from one thing to another. I don't know, man. The performance is amazing. The effects are amazing. The score, Jay Chataway is one of my all-time favorite horror scores. I think it's flawless, start to finish. And like I said, to me, this is the best slasher ever made. To me, it surpasses any Friday the 13th. It surpasses, The Prowler, The Burning, Madman, all those that came out around this time. Like, to me, this is a class above all of those, in my opinion. And the fucking poster, man. This pissed people off so bad back in the day. Like, parents were... This poster is one of the great horror posters of all time, is the Maniac one sheet poster. Like, the artwork, this is amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I love this movie. I think it's just a classic horror film that it plays out in a way that most horror films don't. Like I said, you go on like this weird love interest. And yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch to think, Carolyn Monroe would not be into fucking Joe Spinell. But Joe Spinell, the guy, Joe Spinell, was such a charismatic fucking guy that you could kind of see, like, oh yeah, maybe he could bring the ladies in, with just his charm. I don't know. To me, it's the perfect slasher. There's nothing about this movie that I would, like I said, I would add. Like, if this movie was 10 or 15 minutes longer, I think it'd be a complete masterpiece. I would put it up there with anything. But I think it ends a little abruptly, for my liking. Of course, the big climax at the end where all the mannequins come to life and and tear him apart. He tears his head off, and of course Savini's told the great story that when Spinell did end up dying some years later, he still had the head from Maniac that Savini cast, and he had the head, and it was on top of the TV in his apartment. So when the police officers or whatever that were doing the welfare check on him, when they arrived at that apartment and found him dead, they walk in and they just see his feet from behind the couch. They just see his feet and then his head on top of the TV. So they were like, "What the fuck happened here?" But yeah, just great movie. I love this movie. I can watch this movie. I watch this movie multiple times a year. This is one of my go-tos. Like, if I'm bored and I'm just like, I want to watch a horror movie, there's a good chance I'm gonna pop in Maniac and it's one of those movies that's like it's not like Last House on the Left, where Last House on the Left is uncomfortable to watch. This movie definitely has some rough shit in it, but it's not I don't know, it's not effective in the same way that like Last House on the Left to me is. Like, it's very gritty, it's very raw, but at the same time, I think I really do think a lot of it comes down to Joe Spinell's performance in this. That makes me love it as much as I do. But yeah, number 4 on my list, favorite slasher of all time, and in my opinion, the best slasher ever made, 1980, Maniac, directed by William Lustig. So what are we thinking here? I think Grande's a. Don't you have? I think Grande has the poster for Maniac, I believe. Oh, Robert coming in with another hot take here. Hot take number 2, Jaws wouldn't make my top 100 either, but I still like the movie. Yeah, Jaws, I like Jaws a lot, but it's not one that, it wouldn't be on my list of my favorite horror films. But it's one that I enjoy, and I'll go back and watch. That's a summer movie to me. So that's a hot take. I'd say top 100, but yeah. Okay, Grind is saying Maniac is good. I don't hold it as high as some people, but it's solid. The ending is the very ending is great. Yeah, I don't know, man. I still say it's the best slasher ever made. I think it's better than Sleepaway Camp or any other thing that came out of time, because it's so different. You're forced to identify with the killer, and at some point you do. You're kind of, and just the build on some of the kills, like the chase scene through the through the subway is great, where she's in the the stall in the bathroom, and her breathing, it's almost like her breathing is so loud in that scene that you're just like, stop fucking breathing, bitch, like be quiet, like you're just like, you're too fucking loud. but that's what builds the suspense of it, because you know she's gonna get it, but you know you still want her to kind of get away. I don't know, it works really really fucking well. Since says Spinell was the king of obese, sweaty creeps slash maniacs. Yeah, I mean, it's especially the scene at the beginning when he's got the prostitute and he's choking her on the bed, and you just see him from behind. He's so sweaty and just slimy looking, and his hair's all messed up and in his face, and it's so well made, so done, so well done. Robert said, I still need to see the original Maniac. Yeah, you definitely high recommendation from me checking this out. But the remake is one of my favorite remakes ever, because to me the remake is, you know, it does the original justice, but it makes enough tweaks and is does things differently, but not, you know, it has the same spirit as the original, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I recommend the original for sure, but the remake I enjoy and recommend as well. And again, another great soundtrack for the remake as well. Larry says Maniac is an interesting choice. I've not watched it enough to have a real feel for it or opinion. It's odd, but I've only watched it maybe twice, and not at all in the last 20 years. Yeah, definitely go back, watch it again, revisit it. Like I said, there's just something about the vibe of this movie, the performance. Joe Spinell is it's his movie. It's his, because Joe Spinell was kind of a character actor. He was in The Godfather, and I think he was in Rocky. I mean, he was in stuff, but it was like smaller little character roles. And this was like his passion project. Like this was his baby, was Maniac. And I love the picture. There's a famous picture out there of him and Sylvester Stallone. Um, I think it was a Cannes Film Festival, I think, where Stallone is wearing a Maniac T-shirt because his buddy Joe Spinell movie just came out. Thought that was great. Love that picture. But yeah, definitely go back, give it another watch, man. Let me know what you think. Steven says, I won't argue about the effects or the performance in the film, and I personally love the grittiness of it, but you put this ahead of The Shining? Well, yeah, I do. I put it ahead of The Shining. In terms of like its effect and inspiration, I mean, like to me, like when I wanted to be a filmmaker when I was younger, this is one of the types of films that I wanted to make. I wanted to do a character study of a complete psychopath, the way that this movie does, and the way that it plays out, and the whole idea of like the love interest, like that always fascinated me. Like, what would you, how could you take a character like Joe Spinell's character in this film and make him, you know, the romantic love interest, and he's like all of a sudden, instead of trying to kill this woman, he's kind of fascinated with her, infatuated with her, like he's kind of falling in love with her in some weird way. Whereas like originally, was he planning on killing her originally, but then he kind of fell for her at some point, and they kind of play on this, they kind of flesh it out a little more in the remake as well, that I think works really well. So that always fascinated me. Like I said, it just takes some twists and turns that a lot of films from this time period didn't do. Like slashers, to me, I'm not the biggest slasher movie fan, so this being my favorite is not an indictment on the slasher genre, really. To me, most slashers are fairly fucking boring, to be honest with you, because you know the formula. Okay, kids are going camping and then they're gonna get killed one by one, and it turns out to be a fucking guy that, you know, got picked on or burned or whatever back in the day, or turns out to be a chick with a dick or whatever, you know. There's a formula there. This movie plays by no formula whatsoever. It's there's not a lot of downtime. It's like it goes from one kill, like the opening kill, he goes back to his apartment, he dresses the mannequin, there's the great soundtrack, the great score, and the voiceover where he's talking to himself in his head, you know, and then all of a sudden it goes from that, he's loading up a shotgun, he's going back out, and you're like, okay, there's no wasted time here. Like this is what this man does, and we're with him for the ride. So, Larry says, I have 4K, but not watched it. Yeah, 4K is great. 4K looks good. I mean, it's Blue Underground, so it's William Lustig's, you know, movie for William Lustig's company. So there's a lot of care and you know, effort put into this. So, And Blue Underground, their stuff just looks great anytime. Like even their Blu-rays look as good as most 4Ks. So, yeah, highly recommend checking out the 4K of it. Steven says, I would give you credit for individualism, but I wonder if there's some shock value here as well. No, I mean, really not. No. If I wanted to do shock value, I'd have pulled out fucking Sandman, a movie that nobody's ever heard of, but I think is one of the most unsettling, terrifying movies I've ever seen. Like, when I first saw it, I was, like, blown away. But nobody's ever heard of it, and no, you know, I wouldn't put it on the same pedestal as a lot of these, but for a genre of horror, like the slasher genre, like, to me, this is the best. This is the cream of the crop, in my opinion. No, shock value, no. I didn't think it'd be as controversial as it is. I thought Maniac was as beloved as I've always thought it was, but like I said, it's just my opinion. Don't Go in the House. I don't know if I've ever seen that one, Grande. Do you like Don't Go in the House? That movie to me is slightly better. It's almost the same film in a way. I don't know. I've never seen it, but I'm such a fan of Joe Spinell and his performance in this movie. It'd be hard to top that, but I'll keep that in mind if I ever get a chance to watch that. But like I said, I'm not the biggest slasher fan. I'm just not. Like, that's not my style. Like, I like Friday 5. Like, that's the one Friday the 13th movie I'll go back and rewatch now because of the characters in it. I think the characters are interesting and fun. But like I said, most slasher movies from that time period, it's a prom night, and it's formula. It's all so formulaic that I kind of get bored halfway through, and I'm just like, all right, I know what's gonna happen here, and we can move on. Whereas when I first saw Maniac, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I saw it on IFC. It was on IFC one night, and I remember hearing about it because Savini did the effects, and Savini was in it, and it had the head explosion scene. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch it for that. Just for that. Like, I don't know anything about the movie, don't care. But as I was watching, I was like, holy shit, like, this is just drawing me in. And it's one of the, like I said, it's shot, 16 millimeter, and it looks great for 16 millimeter. But anyway, I'm trying to move a little quicker. Robert says, I read and watch true crime from time to time, and it does seem to be a trend that most serial killers in their ordinary life are just normal people. It's scary. Yeah. And yeah, I thought you did, Grande. You do have the poster, and like I said, it's a classic fucking poster. Steven says the movie Spinell did before this was Cruising. That's right. An interesting cinematic experience in any event. Also made Nighthawks not too long after this. An interesting filmography, to say the least. Well, yeah. They also, I guess, technically did a sequel to this called Last Horror Movie or Last Horror Film or whatever. I've only seen that like once, and I've never gone back to it. It's not great. And I think by that point, Spinell was kind of out of it. But he was a tremendous actor. He was a great actor, and who would have loved to have seen more from. But yeah, he was mostly known as just a character actor, and this was kind of his first big lead role. Like I said, it was kind of his baby at the time. Since says I forgot to mention the Power of the Shining main theme based on the classic. I don't know what the hell it says. Deus Irae from the 13th century religious piece, copied all over the place, so we know it whether we like it or not. That's right. I'm gonna go 4 hours tonight. I did not expect to do this, but what the hell. Robert says you reminded me of Maniac, Mike. I just bought it on DVD for $10. Good price. Yeah, dude, DVDs works fine as well. Like I said, it's a 16 millimeter film, so I mean, it's it's gonna look fine on DVD as well. Yeah, I mean, the mother seeing the grave was the worst effect, but great effects in general. Like zombie, you can smell the location. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, it's very like you can definitely smell New York City from that time period. Okay, Kenneth saying OG Maniacs on Tubi. Most of what was discussed tonight is on Tubi. There you go. Tubi has everything. I don't use it very often because I can't stand commercials. But if there's something that I haven't seen that I've been wanting to see. Like, if it's on Tubi, I'll watch it on Tubi. Steven says it was Carolyn Monroe. He may be crazy, but he's only human. That's true, yeah. can't argue with the man's taste. You cannot argue with the man's taste. That's for sure. Um, since Spinell was smooth in the scenes with Caroline, they also did Star Crash. Yeah, that's right. And I think she was in. Was she in the last horror film as well? Yeah, I think she came back for the last horror film, as well. No, I didn't pick the Greasy Strangler. Although that's a good name for this movie. It had an alternate title. Since his last horror film was banking on Maniac popularity, sort of. Not good. Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have money or a budget for that movie. It was just kind of like like I said, Spinell was dealing with some drug problems and stuff at that time, and he just wasn't quite the same guy that he was when they made the original Maniac, so it didn't turn out very well. But all right. So that was more of a controversial pick than I thought it was going to be. But I fucking love it. I can't help it. So yeah, number 4 on my list, William Lustig's Maniac from 1980. And that brings us to our top 3. And number 3 on my list, and you guys can probably guess, I don't think any of these 3 will be controversial. But I mentioned this director earlier, and I said there's 2 films on this list that I could go back and forth on, or which would be my favorite. But this one I think I have to put right up here near the top because it had such a profound effect on me the first time I saw it. It's one of those movies I'm just engrossed with every time I see it because of just what it is. There's nothing else like it. There's nothing ever has come close to this, in my opinion. And number 3 on my list is 1977's Suspiria, directed by the great Dario Argento. And to me, in the same vein as we were talking about Phantasm earlier, this is an experience more so than a film, almost, in my opinion. Like when you watch Suspiria, turn all the lights off, crank the volume. I've described this movie to people before as the scariest movie you'll ever hear, because it is an assault on the senses. It's visually just mesmerizing to look at. The colors, the design of the sets, and you combine that with one of if not the greatest horror scores of all time by Goblin, and you crank that shit up to 11 and you just let that shit assault you. Like just the main theme is iconic in and of itself, but the rest of just the moaning and the it's an assault, and especially on 4K. I cannot recommend, if I could recommend one 4K for everybody to pick up tonight, it's the Synapse 4K release of Suspiria. It looks beautiful. It looks amazing. And it sounds even better. I don't know how to explain it. If you have a good sound system, if you're a big cinephile and you watch movies, you have a good sound system, like I said, crank this motherfucker up to 11 and just let it fucking beat your ears to death, because the soundtrack, just, the sound effects in this, I mean, the kills in this, there's so much about this movie that I love. It literally is a fairy tale come to life. Nightmare, fairy tale, whatever you want to call it. The lighting in this movie was groundbreaking at the time. The Technicolor look of it. The only thing that kind of comes close to that I could think of is maybe like Blood and Black Lace, years prior. But this is just something different. This is literally, we talk about like, Argento's love of taking basically what would be his like fever dreams and bringing them to the screen. Like, and that's where, a lot of people, the complaints that some people have about Argento is like, oh, some of the shit doesn't make any sense. But it's like I tell people, it's like when you watch a Dario Argento film, just leave reality at the door and just submit yourself to Argento's reality and Argento's world and Argento's vision, and just take it in. Go somewhere else for 90 minutes, And that's what Suspiria is. It's a trip into Dario's darkest nightmares. Um, Performances: Jessica Harper, Joan Bennett, Udo Kier. Great cast in this. But the dialogue, the performances, like, that's all secondary to the music, the visuals, the camera movements. I say this about like Deep Red, like Profondo Rosso. It's a painting come to life. Well, Suspiria is just as much like a painting come to life for Dario Argento. And I think the interesting thing that about this movie that that I've heard people talk about before is that when Dario originally wrote this script and had the idea for this film, and it was a he did it with his girlfriend, soon to be wife at the time, whatever it was, Daria Nicolodi. It was they worked together on this. And originally, the characters in this film, of course, they're all girls. They're at a dance school. Jessica Harper plays an American dance student who travels to Germany to join this prestigious school of dance. And it's full of all these other girls. And when you watch the movie, all the girls, they're all like, in their 20s or whatever, it seems, but they're all acting like little children. They're like, and they're all picking on each other and shit. Originally, Dario wanted this movie to be cast with young girls, children, to play into the fairy tale aspect of it, the Alice in Wonderland aspect of it. But the shit that happens in this movie, you can't really do to young girls. The murders and all that, you can't do that to kids. So instead, Dario just kept it as it was, pretty much cast adults in it and just played and designed the set around these characters as if to make it look like they were children. If you ever watch the movie, the door handles are higher up than would normally be, because Dario kind of wanted to give you that impression that everything was much bigger because these grown women were supposed to be girls. So he wants to give the impression to kind of put it in your head that they're younger than what they are. I guess I don't know, but I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting thing that Dario did stylistically with this film. But yeah, this is just one of those films. I remember the first time I saw it on IFC. First I'd ever heard of it was the documentary on IFC, An Eye for Horror, the documentary on Dario Argento. And I remember seeing it, and I remember hearing Carpenter talk about it in the documentary, where the opening scene where she arrives in the airport. And in the airport, she's walking through the airport, and it's just pouring down rain. It's storming outside, and you can see it through the doors. And every time the doors open, the music plays. Dun, 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 dun. The door's shut. It gets quiet again. Doors open. Dun, dun, dun. Music plays. Doors shut. It gets quiet again. And it's almost like she's entering another world. As soon as she leaves this airport and goes out into the world, reality has changed. So when she goes out into this pouring rain, and she's just standing there getting drenched, trying to catch a cab, and it's like, and Carpenter's like, and there's something about that was just really disturbing for me, And I get it. There is something about it where you do feel like you're leaving reality for a second. You're leaving the comforts of reality, and you're going into Dario's world. And like I said, the lighting is. I had in high school, I took a drama class, and the drama teacher in my class, she always talked about, oh, my favorite aspect of theater is lighting. I love lighting. I'm all about lighting. So I said, well, hey, Miss Cope, there's this movie that you might be interested in called Suspiria. She's like, oh, really? I've never heard of it. I'm like, oh, if you like lighting, I think you'll enjoy this. So I brought her the DVD one day and let her borrow it. And I'm like, I take it home and watch it. Let me know what you think. She brought it back the next day and was like, yeah, I got through like 15 minutes of that. I can't do it. I was like, that's understandable. But you got to say the lighting was kind of cool in it, right? And she was like, yeah, it was interesting. But because she wasn't a horror fan or anything. But I'm sure as soon as she saw, the knife going into the beating heart and what an opening kill. Like just, on the roof, and the eyes coming through the window in the darkness, like straight out of Nightmares. Eyes come through, pulls her through the window glass, and just the imagery of her hanging there, the blood coming through and all the colors, and it's just there's nothing else like Suspiria. There never has been. I know they remade Suspiria, and it's a movie that I can kind of take it or leave it. Like it's not bad as far as remakes go, but it ain't Argento. It's not. It didn't capture what the original did. I don't think it was trying to, but at the same time, there's nothing else like Suspiria. There never has been before or after, in my opinion. Um, and again, this movie, like I mentioned when I was talking about Tenebrae, it's like I go back and forth. It's like, what is my personal favorite between Tenebrae and Suspiria? I think Tenebrae is a damn near flawless story. I like it. To me, it's Dario's best story. The way that it's laid out, and all the. It's like this movie has some quirky things in it where you're just like, well, why is that there? Like the razor wire scene where the girl's trying to escape the killer, and she falls into a room full of razor wire. And it's like, why is that in a dance school for children? And what is going on here? That doesn't make any sense. But it's cool. But the thing about Suspiria, this changed the way that I looked at movies. This changed the way that I watched movies or thought about horror. Like what could happen, what you could do with a horror movie, where you could take it. And it's one of those movies that I watch all the time. I never get enough of it, and every time it's effective and perfect movie to watch around this time of the year too, just for the colors and the soundtrack and like I said, the sound on this 4K is this is the best sounding 4K that I think I've ever heard. So yeah, I mean, love it. Love Suspiria. It's number 3 on my list of my all-time favorite non-Romero horror films. And like I said, I think I had to put it ahead of Tenebrae just because of the effect that it had on me the first time I saw it. Like, again, this is one that I saw and I was like, this changed. Oh, you can do that? Like that? Oh, wow, that's different. That's new. Yeah, number 3, Suspiria by the great Dario Argento. Now, is this going to piss people off too? What am I doing here? Am I running out of steam? Are you guys going to say, well, what the fuck? Maniac and now Suspiria? Come on now. Suspiria ahead of fucking Maniac? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for Steven to just say, really? You put Suspiria ahead of Maniac? Come on. Let's see here. Okay, so Steven says, I can't argue with this pick. A classic film period. At least it was ahead of Maniac. Okay, so at least this is ahead of Maniac. All right. Granny says, love Suspiria. It has the best style of any movie ever made. It also has the second best soundtrack ever, only topped by a movie Goblin did the following year. I agree with that. You could say this is also one of the most like inspirational films for like any horror director that came after him. Carpenter's always talked about how much of an inspiration Suspiria was for him. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely checks all the boxes in my opinion. Since says this movie inspired me to create a room full of razor wire. Everybody has to have a room of razor wire. Come on. It's all about home security, man. It's all about home security. If somebody breaks into your house, you want them to fall fucking head first into a giant pile of razor wire. Since it's a classic for sure, full sensory experience. Yeah. I think that's the best way to put it. There's nothing else like it because it, like I said, it is a full, like you said, full sensory experience. It hits every sense that you have. Even though like the maggots scene, like it's just like, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It works. Love it. Since says Harper is my least favorite part, but love the movie. I don't mind Jessica Harper in this movie. I think she plays it well for what she's supposed to be. Is just kind of the damsel in distress, or the lead female character in this. That's in this crazy fucking world of whatever's going on, witchcraft. Bonnie says Suspiria is great. I knew about it when I was a kid because of the commercials. Yeah, great trailer with the brush and the hair, and they turn around and it's the skull. It's like Psycho, you know. Um, my sister and I used to freak each other out by whispering Suspiria at night when we were supposed to be sleeping. That's hilarious. That's great. I do that, but with Spasmo. I don't know, because of the trailer for Spasmo, the Italian film Spasmo. Spasmo, Spasmo. But yeah, that's a great story. Um, and it says didn't actually see it until the late '80s. There you go. Um, okay, Grande responding to Robert there about the fourth and final season of Dark Side in October. Looking forward to that. I need to get back into Tales from the Dark Side. Might be a good time to do that. Larry says Suspiria was actually the first Argento movie I saw many years before any others. Probably around 12 years old. It's captivating and so different than almost any horror film. Goblin is amazing here. I agree. Like I said, there's nothing else like it. There's not, good or bad. I mean, I know some people that are just like, I don't get it. Like, but you've never seen anything like it, so you can't argue with that. Terrence Crawford just beat Canelo Alvarez. Okay, all right. Well, sport update. I appreciate it. Not much. I don't follow boxing too much. I'll say that. I don't follow boxing or MMA too much. Robert, you still have not seen Suspiria. Well, you're a 4K guy. Like I said, I cannot recommend a 4K more than the Synapse release of Suspiria. I mean, it is as good of a 4K as you're gonna find for a movie that's damn near what? Oh, 50 years old now. Holy shit. That's hard to believe. But yeah, damn near 50-year-old movie. But man, it pops and it's gorgeous. Things should be number one. What is Things? I don't know. All right, Suspiria, number 3 on my list. What's ahead of that? 2 more to go. My top 2 favorite horror films of all time, and it's only taken me 4 hours to get here, guys. The fact that you guys are hanging out with me this long is pretty fucking awesome. I appreciate it. But all right, let's get to it. Number 2 on my list of my all-time favorite non-Romero horror films. I'll be curious to see if anybody wants to argue about this one, but number 2 on my list, 1978, Halloween, directed by John Carpenter. Now, Halloween was a movie that I grew up with, but I didn't, like, I grew up with it when I was a kid because, I mean, it was, Michael Myers, it was Halloween, it was on TV every Halloween, so we grew up watching it, and we watched all the Halloween movies, so I honestly grew up watching the sequels more than I did the original. Like Halloween 2, I remember watching a lot when I was young. Halloween 4, which Halloween 4, I tried to go back and watch that again like the other day, and that movie is just awful. I don't care what anybody says. I know people put that movie over, Ben. They're like, oh, it's a great Halloween movie, and no, I don't understand what people see in that movie. That movie is bad. Not as bad as 5 and some of the other ones that came out after that, but I don't get what people see in that. But not to shit on part 4, but we're here to talk about the original, by God. So I grew up watching all the Halloween stuff growing up, but it wasn't until I was probably I was in high school, I think, late teens probably, that I kind of rediscovered the original and kind of fell in love with the original. I mean, I became obsessed with the original to the point where I made my own remake, because when Rob Zombie's remake came out, I was like, I could do better. So when I was making movies in high school, one of the movies we did was a Halloween remake. And I just became completely obsessed with it. I wanted to know everything about it. I learned everything I could about it. It was like a Romero level obsession that I had with Halloween for quite a while there. That was kind of my movie for a little bit. And and to this day, we still watch it all the time because my daughter's she loves it. She loves Halloween. Like it's one of her go tos when she wants to. Daddy, let's watch a movie. She goes over to my. I swear to God, goes over to my collection and pulls out Halloween every time. And I'm like, well, hey, mate, you want to watch? Maybe we could try. That's why we tried to watch Halloween 4 the other day. And I was like, maybe we'll try to watch this one. And she was not having it. She was like, no, this ain't Halloween. Um, so it still works today. I've seen it on the big screen in the theater. It's a beautifully shot film. The pacing is amazing, and I mean it's a low budget indie horror film. Um, but it still works. The opening sequence with the the handheld camera going through the house and all that, groundbreaking for its time. Um, and of course we there's a common theme with a lot of the score for Halloween again is one of the most iconic film scores period, not just horror film but film scores period. Um, yeah, I got the 4K here. I don't think I showed this, but yeah, the 4K is fantastic. This is a Scream Factory too. But yeah, the film score's great. It makes the movie, and like I said, it gets lumped in with the slasher genre because it's kind of the movie that started it all. Like to me, the slasher genre began because of Halloween and Dawn of the Dead, and I think Sean Cunningham and Victor Miller saw Dawn of the Dead and Halloween and said, "Hey, let's put those together and make Friday the 13th. Let's make a guy in a mask or a killer stalking people and make it gory." So to me, Friday the 13th is a mix between those two. But Halloween was kind of the one that started it all. Yes, Black Christmas came out before that, but guy in a mask stalking teenagers, that started with Halloween. But it's not your typical gory slasher blood. It's because there's very little blood in Halloween, really. It's all about the mood, the tension. It's more of a stalker movie because, like I mentioned earlier, the brilliance of that movie is not as much in the kills because the kills are fairly tame compared to what we would see, especially after. But the kills are fairly tame. The suspense and the terror of this film is you don't know when he's going to strike. You see him in the background. You see him in the shadows. You think you see him in the shadows sometimes. The little kid looking out the window and he sees him standing across the street. Like that's the stuff that nightmares are made of. That's the scary part about fucking Halloween. It's not the kills or any of that. Which the later Halloween films, especially starting at 2, that's what it became. It just became a stalk and slash. Which is fine. But the original, what separates it is the eerie, scary aspect of it. It's more about the build to the kill. To me, like I mentioned earlier, Nancy Loomis in the kitchen talking on the phone, and she's going back and forth, and you see him standing in the door, and she moves out of frame. The frame moves, and comes back in for a split second, and he's gone. And you're like, you never know where he's at. He's like the wind. And there's still the mystery about him. There's not the big backstory. We know he killed his sister as a kid, and he's escaped from a mental institution. But he's not stalking Laurie Strode because, she's his sister at this point. She's just happened to be the first girl he saw when he came home. And he became infatuated with her and stalked her. And that to me is far more terrifying than him having a motivation like, oh, I got to kill my sister now because she made it. I killed the other one. I got to get her now. Which that's fine. That's the lore that has, was created for all this time that, and it is what it is. But to me, it's far more effective that it's just a crazy guy that the whole fate thing, she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And, and everything came after that. So yeah. I was obsessed with this movie. I think it's perfect in almost every way. The tension, the score. I still, to this day, I love The Thing, but to me, Halloween is John Carpenter's best film. I don't think he ever topped it. Which is crazy thing. I'm sure John Carpenter would slap me in the head if I told him that. It's like, what do you mean? But I just think that there's just something about it that I can just watch all the way through, and it's so. And as I mentioned about my daughter earlier, she's 4, and you know, usually 4-year-olds, it's like if there's not bright lights and loud noises and shit, like they get bored and they wander off, you know. But Halloween's such a slow build, but it's still so effective that even she, like the scene at the end of the film when Laurie's going from the one house across the street to the other house, it's so slow. It takes like a good 5 to 10 minutes for her to get anywhere in that scene. Um, that I was like, oh, surely, you know, Everly's gonna get bored here, but she was just on edge, like waiting for him to pop out and get her. And then of course that beautiful shot where Laurie backs up and you see, you know, the mask coming, you know, into the light behind her. It's like that's just brilliant, brilliant stuff. And of course, Donald Pleasance is amazing in this film, and it's a film that he didn't even really want to do. He was just kind of taking a check because I guess he needed the work at the time. And he always tells the story like his daughter. He took the job because his daughter was a fan of John's score for Assault on Precinct 13. And so he was like, all right, I guess I'll do it. And it revitalized his career, and he made tons of money and made more and more of these throughout the rest of his career. And Donald Pleasance became synonymous with the Halloween series, more so than Jamie Lee Curtis or anybody else. Um, Although now I guess, you know, most people think Jamie Lee Curtis because of all the new ones that they made. But me growing up, like Donald Pleasance was the Halloween guy. That's the guy that's Dr. Loomis is Donald Pleasance. Um, so yeah, this is just one of those classic horror films that will never be duplicated, can never be duplicated, I don't think, now especially because, I don't know, I guess filmmakers feel like audiences won't have the patience or, you know, whatever, to sit through the slow build of it. Um, but I don't know. I still think it works. I still think it's one of the all-time classic films. And 78, man, all the great horror films that came out in 78, Dawn of the Dead, of course, Halloween, Phantasm. I mean, what a year for horror. Um, but yeah, number 2 on my list, the classic Halloween from John Carpenter, starring Jamie Lee Curtis, Donald Pleasance, PJ Souls, Nancy Loomis, and of course, the great Tony Moran. We cannot leave the great Tony Moran out, by God. So yeah, does anybody have any objections to Halloween being at number 2 on my list? Like I said, I was obsessed with this movie at one point, to the point where I made my own version, so, and I thought I did an okay job with it, so. Well, let's see. Anybody gonna, again, Steven, am I in the wrong here? What are we doing here? Kenneth saying the music makes Halloween. Yeah, it really does. John tells the story when he screened the film for the first time for, I think it was one of the distributors that he screened it without the music, and they were like, I don't get it. Like, this is not scary. I don't know what's going on here. And then he went back, added the music, showed it again, and they were like, wow, you really, I don't know what you did, but this movie really, really works now. So yeah, the music is definitely, like, I would say at least 50% of what makes this movie as effective as it is. I'll agree with that. Larry says, Halloween is a stone cold classic. It's number 3 on my list of top horror films. Yes, that's 2 Carpenter films ahead of any Romero films. If I included Romero films in this, half this list would be Romero films. But I can't argue with Halloween. I mean, it's you know, what else is there to say? Again, just like The Shining, it's like there are other YouTube channels and podcasts and stuff that are strictly just Halloween related, and they talk about it and they can tell about it more eloquently and more effectively than I can. But especially 4 hours into this shit, man, my brain is starting to melt and my voice is starting to go. So, but yeah, I love it. I love it. Here we go. Here's the real test. What does Steven think? Once again, can't argue with the pick, except maybe for Halloween 3. Now, that would be a ballsy pick. See, now, I really debated putting Halloween 3 on this list. It's up there. It's definitely in the honorable mentions. It's definitely in 20 to 25. But it's also one of those movies that's, I don't want to say overrated at this point, but it is a little like when you go back and watch it, like there's a lot of good about it. The score, I love Tom Atkins in it, like, but at the same time, it's like, do I really put it up there with any of the films that we talked about tonight? Me personally, I don't, but it's definitely one that I watch every year for Halloween because it is a perfect Halloween movie. Not series wise, but it for the season of Halloween, it's perfect. Um, but I won't fight you on that one. Since says if this Suspiria came out today, they would advertise the ASMR aspects. Yeah, I mean it really is kind of like that, ain't it? And since as always, will love Halloween. First saw on VHS in '82. The score for 2 and 3 are wonderfully synthy, thanks to Alan Howarth. Yeah, Alan Howarth really kind of took over the score for Halloween after the original. I know it's based a lot on John Carpenter, and Carpenter worked with him a lot on some of that stuff, but he pretty much owned it after the original for sure. And Steven says Halloween and Texas Chainsaw Massacre are both share an interesting trait. Both of them are much less gory than most people think. Some people swear they're bloody and gruesome, but it really isn't. Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of both of those films. I'll wait. I don't want to spoil anything. Slow Michael is like slow zombies, inherently more creepy. Yeah, I always say that when people are like, oh, fast zombies are creepier than slow zombies. They're scarier. I'm like, yeah, Michael Myers would also be scarier if instead of a knife, he was carrying an Uzi. But that would also make a shitty movie. And so, there goes your argument. Robert says, I changed my mind. 16, Dude of the Living Dead should be number 1. I have no idea what the fuck that is, and I don't think I'm ever going to want to find out, Robert. Dude of the Living Dead. Never heard of that. Larry with the prediction. My prediction for number 1, drum roll, Juan of the Dead. There's... How did you know? No, I've never seen Juan of the Dead. I've never seen that, actually, so... Couldn't make my list if I haven't seen it. There it is, folks. There we go. But yeah, number 2, the eternal classic Halloween on my list. And that brings us to number 1 after 4 hours of me babbling and talking and bullshitting about these movies that I absolutely love. But by God, I needed it after a week of just awful fucking shit on the news. I needed this 4-hour therapy session. But number 1 on my list, and I'll debate anybody about this one. I don't care what you say, Steven. I'll debate you about it. Number 1 on my list, to me, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead aside, I put those in a different category than I would just a straight up horror film, terrifying terror film, whatever you want to call it. But to me, the best horror film ever made, in my opinion, is 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre, directed by Tobe Hooper. What else is there to say about Texas Chainsaw Massacre? To me, like I said, it's the greatest horror film ever made. There's nothing else like it. There's never been anything like it, and it's one of those movies that they've tried to duplicate this movie thousands of times. And I'm not just talking about like remakes. I'm talking about the style of it, the look of it. I mean, still to this day, you go to a theater, you see something like Long Legs or X especially. It's like they try to capture that feel, the look, the vibe of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They fail because there's just nothing else like it, and it's one of those movies that, as was mentioned a second ago, people think this is just some huge gory thing when they first see it, and they come out of it thinking they saw so much blood and viscera, but it's really not. To the point where like Tobe Hooper was originally trying to get a PG rating for this movie, believe it or not, which is crazy to think. But again, just like with Last House on the Left, this movie captures something that nobody's ever been able to capture since. to this day when you watch it, and I noticed this watching it again here recently, because this Texas Chainsaw is usually one that I watch. It's a summer movie to me. It's a summer horror movie because in the film you can feel the heat. Like it's shot. It was shot in the dead of summer in Texas. It was hot as fuck. There's many stories out there of them talking about how awful the heat was, um, and how tough the shooting was, and you can feel it. You can see it in the actors in this movie. And the thing about it is, like, they don't seem like actors in this movie. Like, I grew up in the South, and I've always said, like, one of my biggest pet peeves in movies is bad Southern accents. These people were from fucking Texas, and you could tell it. The way Paul Partain talks, the way Sally talks, these are Texas people, and the realism is there. And again, when this movie came out, people didn't know if it was a true story or what. I mean, it's based off of the Ed Gein story, of course, but it's not literally a true story. But there were people back in the day, they're like, oh yeah, that was a true story. I grew up in Texas, and I remember hearing the stories about the guy that did that back in the day. So it's one of those movies of like blurred reality. That's why I kind of I referred to Blair Witch Project earlier as kind of like my generation's version of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I mean, again, what is there to say that hasn't been said a billion times? The casting in this, it's like Jim Seidow, Gunnar Hansen, Ed Neal, Marilyn Burns, all are fantastic in this. All the characters, you believe that they went and found crazy people and just put them in this horror movie. You didn't feel like they were acting. You just felt like they were just fucking crazy, especially Ed Neal. I love Ed Neal in this movie. It's one of my all-time favorite performances in any horror movie as the hitchhiker. Because you feel like that guy is just mentally fucked, and you can't imagine him surviving in normal day-to-day life. And then you meet him in person. I met Ed Neal in person once, and he is kind of out there. He's the fucking character, that's for sure. But again, there's just something about this movie, and I think a lot of people, when they think of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they think of it as like this gritty, like low budget, like shot on a handheld camera type of movie. But if you actually sit and watch this movie, it's one of the most beautifully shot horror films ever made. And I think it's one of the things that make, like, every shot in this movie is unsettling somehow. Like, there's a lot of slow dolly shots. There's a lot of wide shots. Like, the van driving down the road. You just see this van, just a wide shot of the van. Of course, the famous shot going underneath the porch swing, following Terry McMahon up to the house. And the house just looks so big. There's so much. And then just the terror aspect of it. Like when she goes into the house and you see the living room with all the bones and all the decoration in the house. You gotta think 74, like people weren't used to seeing shit like that. Like that was something different, something out there. Gunnar Hansen is Leatherface, still the Leatherface in my opinion. Never be topped. And of course Gunnar always told the story about, in preparation for this role, he would go to a home for mentally retarded people. And he would go and pretend to try to fit in. Like, he would go and study their movements and stuff and try to fit in, which I don't know if that's politically correct these days, but again, that's method acting from a guy that wasn't really an actor. I mean, a lot of these guys were just local people from the Austin, Texas area. And you look at the people that made the movie, I think the unsung hero of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Toby Hooper, Kim Hinkle, co-wrote the film. Toby directed. Daniel Pearl was the cinematographer. He would go on to do a lot of big time stuff later on, music videos, all kinds of stuff. But to me, the unsung hero of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is Bob Burns, the art director, the guy who made up all the fucking macabre shit that's in that house. Like, that's all his imagination. That was all his thinking. He would always, if you ever listen to interviews with him, he'd tell you, like, I'd go, I'd find roadkill on the side of the road, I'd pick it up and use it for something, I'd taxidermy something, or, I'd find bones in a field, and he'd just creative, just put all this stuff together. He's like a real fucking madman, but that's what kind of makes this movie. And I think he would go on and do The Hills Have Eyes after this as well. So that's why that movie looks as of amazing as it does. So to me, like Robert Burns is one of the most like unsung heroes of this film, and why it works so well. Like I said, the cast is great. Franklin, the character of Franklin, is one of my all-time favorite characters because he somehow makes a handicap invalid person unlikable as hell. Marilyn Burns as Sally, great. The first Scream Queen, the first final girl in movie history, I think. Unless you want to count Olivia Hussey again, going back to Black Christmas. But again, they came out right on the same time, so yeah. I mean, you can kind of make an argument for both. They came out literally the same weekend, so never mind about that. I don't know. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, again, was one of those movies, like I said, growing up in the South, growing up in the woods. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, talking about the Blair Witch Project, like, we lived near the woods, and we would play in those woods when we were kids. And if you went far enough into those woods, there was a house that somebody lived in. We never knew who. We never saw a car or anything out there. It was just a house out in the woods, and it looked just like the house from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So it freaked us the fuck out when we first saw this movie, and we'd go in the woods, we'd see that house, and our minds would just go crazy, be like, oh my God, what's going on in that house, So that it was effective to me personally on that front, just because it reminded me of my life and my surroundings from where I lived. Like I said, all the characters in this are believable because they're all from Texas. There's no bad Southern, they're not, hey there, girl, how you doing type of shit. Like that'll take me out of a movie. I don't give a fuck how good a movie is. As soon as I hear a bad Southern accent, I'm fucking out. Like, no. I would say, like, the score is good, but I don't think good is the word for the score, which they just released the score finally for this movie, which I didn't pick up because, I mean, it would be nice to have as just a collector's item, I guess, but I would never listen to it because it's all just that weird clong, 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 just noise, basically. But it works so well. Like, again, just like with Suspiria, it's a total assault on the senses. Like, when you're watching it, and I don't know. Like, there's just nothing else like it. To me, it's the most effective horror film. And again, one of those movies that, like, when I first saw it, I became as obsessed and inspired by it as I was Dawn or Night or any other Romero stuff. Is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like, that was a huge inspiration on me when I first saw it. Like, I want to make a movie like this. How the hell did they do this? I want to do this. The dinner scene. I mean, there's so much about this movie that I fucking love. Dirk, Subjective Perspective Collective, just visited the locations for Texas Chainsaw Massacre here recently and did a video on it, and really makes me want to, like, that'd be a dream trip to take. In terms of as far as filming locations go, like, that's next on my list, to get down to that area and visit those locations at some point. But yeah, I love it. Like I said, to me, this is the in the history of horror, this is the best horror film ever made. Period. End of story. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, number 1 on my list, 1974. Tobe Hooper's masterpiece. And honestly, I'm not the biggest Tobe Hooper fan. Like, there's a lot of his stuff that I just don't care for, and stuff people love. Like, Funhouse, I'm not a big fan of. Eaten Alive, I never was a big fan of that. Even Poltergeist, I know people. There's the argument. It's like, oh, did he direct Poltergeist or was it Steven Spielberg? Never was obsessed with Poltergeist either. I never quite got the love for that movie. Texas Chainsaw 2 is fine, but again, it's a different thing than the original. But yeah, to me, I think a lot, and again, another unsung hero, I think a lot of the credit goes to Kim Hinkle as well. I think Kim Hinkle was a big part of the success of this film, in terms of the writing of it. But there's just something about, and it's one of those movies that's been picked apart to death. There's a new documentary coming out, I think, um, here shortly. That'll be interesting to check out. But there's just everything about this movie, like every scene, every little thing, there's something unnerving or odd or something off about it, like even just from the opening credits, like everything is awful in this movie. The opening shot is outside of the grave robbing stuff, and the first thing you see is the fucking corpse on the tombstone, propped up on the tombstone. Then it's the weird credit sequence with the red, I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't know, gas explosions or something. And then the first thing you see is a dead armadillo on the side of the road, and then Franklin goes flying down the hill. And it's like, what is this? Like, nothing good is happening here. Everything bad that can happen to these people is happening. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And even on the radio that's playing at the beginning, it's just like every bit of news is just awful. Like buildings are collapsing, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. It creates a world. It makes Texas seem like the worst place on earth, basically. But yeah, I love it. Number one on my list, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974. What do you guys think? Any argument on this one? Anybody not a fan? Because like I said, over the years, there have been those people that either love Texas Chainsaw or hate it. They're just like, I don't get it. It's just, it's silly. What do you guys think? What are we saying here? Okay, Robert's saying The Thing. No, The Thing was in my honorable mentions, like I said. So that was earlier. Kenneth saying not a fan of Nightmare on Elm Street. I like the original Nightmare on Elm Street, but I'm not. I don't love it. It's not. It's not one that I'm just crazy about. It's not one that I go nuts about. But when I watch it, I do realize that it is a masterful fucking horror movie. But no, didn't make my list. Larry says, yeah, I can't blame you for putting Texas Chainsaw Massacre at number one. It's phenomenal and still can't be duplicated no matter how hard they try. Absolutely. Kenneth saying The Exorcist. Love The Exorcist. The Exorcist to me works so well because it doesn't feel like a horror movie in a weird way. It doesn't play out like a horror movie usually plays out. It feels more like a serious drama where unbelievably horrific things are happening. I love The Exorcist. Don't get me wrong. I'm an Exorcist fan, but didn't make my list. Probably wouldn't be in my. Honestly, The Exorcist probably wouldn't even be in my top 20. Thinking about it, that's just personal preference. That's exactly right, Bonnie. Lightning in a bottle. Absolutely. And again, it's like even if you put all those same people together at that exact same time and tried to get them to recreate, I don't think they could. And I think a lot of it's just the environment that they were filming in. It was, like I said, Texas heat, dead of summer, just, I think it all, like I said, it was just the perfect storm and everything came together and worked out the one time and they captured it and it's never been able to be captured again. That's for sure. Uncle Mark, what's going on, man? Says, I loved all your movie picks. Thank you, man. Thank you. The infamous Uncle Mark, ladies and gentlemen, the man responsible for all of this. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad you approve. Makes me happy. You done good. Steven says, wow, it's not that I don't love this movie and the fact that Dawn isn't in the equation. I really don't have any issues with the pick. Obviously, you preferred horror period is 70s. Yeah, I'm a 70s and 80s horror guy. Like I said, Devil's Rejects was 2005, and that's as new as I got in terms of my favorites. But yeah, 70s, 80s, that's my favorite era, or for any movies, really. 70s mostly, but yeah, 70s and 80s for sure. If I had to put Texas Chainsaw, if I had to include the Romero films in my overall list, Texas Chainsaw would probably be number 3 behind Dawn and Martin. So, tells you how much I love Romero's. Steven says, no Universal monster movies in your top picks. Interesting. I'm not a big Universal Monsters guy. That's just far beyond my time. I watch them and I see I appreciate them, and I get what, I appreciate what they did for the genre at the time and how effective they were at the time, but I just don't have that personal connection to any of them. And probably the closest that I would get to a Universal monster or that time period, there's two films that I could make an argument for that would be in my top favorite films. Number one's the original Nosferatu, F.W. Murnau's Nosferatu. I think it's a masterpiece. And the second one is Todd Browning's Freaks. I love Freaks. That may be my favorite film from that time period, horror film at least. That's a movie I've seen dozens of times. Like I can watch Freaks anytime it's on. I can watch it because there's something about it that's just uncomfortable and unsettling, and it makes total sense that it completely ruined Todd Browning's career. Because that period, when did Freaks come out? 33, I think. 33, 39, something like that. But yeah, they were not feeling seeing actual sideshow freaks on the screen coming after a girl. So yeah, Freaks would probably be right up there. But yeah, outside of that, like, Frankenstein, Dracula, I appreciate them and I enjoy them for what they are, but there's just, like I said, just before my time, which, I mean, all these movies are before my time, my taste in horror films. But Kenneth, overall great list. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Larry says Texas Chainsaw Massacre is so revolutionary and crazy and offbeat with a realness, a lunacy of story, detailed camera work, and intent. Yeah, like I said, like it'll never be captured again. The way that it was back then. But I guarantee you, they'll still try it. We'll still see a movie come out at some point where they're trying to capture that Texas Chainsaw vibe or that Texas Chainsaw look, and it's just they won't. Steven says Dancing with Chainsaws is still one of my favorite parts of Chainsaw. Yeah. The last shot. I mean, what a great way to end the film too. Sally gets away covered in blood, screaming and laughing frantically in the back of the truck, and Leatherface is just there swinging the chainsaw and dancing with it, and it's just like, ah, again, assault on the senses of just like the chainsaw, just and then all of a sudden just cut to black. The end. Credits roll. They didn't catch him. She didn't kill him. And you leave that film thinking, oh, he's still out there. I love that. I love that. Because everything leading up to that, I mean, the whole dinner scene and the chase scene where he's chasing Sally through the woods, it's just so much screaming and so much, so much going on. It's such a loud movie but when it cuts to black, it's just like you just feel like you just got off a roller coaster or something. I don't know. Yeah, Steven, another great scene when Franklin's cut in half. Awesome. Yeah. And that one to me, like, works so well because you're going through the woods and something's going to happen. But it's taking a little bit. It's kind of like the scene in Halloween where Laurie Strode's going across the street to the house, and something's coming, but you just don't know when. And then all of a sudden that chainsaw cranks up and the flashlight hits him, and you just see the eyes of Leatherface. And yeah, one of the best jump scares in horror film history for sure. Larry says it still has a power to it that never wanes. It also has a slightly off-kilter sense of humor to it. It's terrifying, yet you can't look away. Yeah, that's the thing. Toby always talked about it's a dark comedy. Like, there's a lot of humor, and there really is. I mean, it really is, but the rest of the movie itself is so horrific, terrifying, whatever you want to call it, that, by the time you get any kind of, levity or any kind of comedic aspect to it, like it goes right over your head because you're just like entranced in what the hell's going on. So it fails as a comedy, if nothing else. If it fails at anything, it fails at being a dark comedy. Whereas part two succeeds, basically. Gunner's book is great, says Robert. I'll have to check that out. I've never met Gunner, but I always heard great things about him. I heard he was just the nicest, sweetest guy. Um, would have loved to have met him. I know he was at the original Zombie Jamboree back in the day in '93, a little bit before my time. But he was still doing conventions and stuff when I was a little old enough to go. But never caught him. Never caught him at one, unfortunately. Um, Steven says The Exorcist, great Easter movie for the whole family. Yeah, exactly. That's a movie you watch around Easter time. Um, Larry says there's so much that can be said about this movie. It's great, but get some sleep, buddy. Thanks for a great show. Yeah, I'm about done. 4.5 hours. I'm setting a record here. But honestly, guys, like I said, this was needed. I had a really good time talking about these movies. I'm always ready to talk Romero, and that's what we do here. But any chance I get to talk about some of the other stuff and the other films that I love and have a passion for, it's always a pleasure. And so I figure, hey, what the hell? We'll go long tonight, and I'll get it all out of my system and get all my thoughts and feelings about these movies out there. So, but yeah, I don't know if you can hear it. My voice is going. My voice is going. Exorcist 3, yeah. Uncle Mark, Exorcist 3 is one that I was really underrated for a long time, but when I finally got around to watching it, I was really, really impressed with it because it stands alone. It's one of those sequels that really stands alone from the original. And Brad Dourif is fantastic in it. I even love George C. Scott in it, and the dialogue in it is some of the most interesting dialogue I've ever heard in a horror film. Like the way that the characters talk to each other, there's a natural feel to it. It's almost, I wouldn't say Cassavetes-ish. It's not as naturalistic as that, but there is a definite, it's definitely different than what you would normally hear in a horror film. Bonnie said I was going to say Freaks. Yeah, I'm a huge Freaks fan. Love Freaks. Larry's saying, yeah, Freaks is totally amazing. On a 16mm copy of the dinner scene. Wow, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Gooble gobble, we accept you, one of us. That is a great movie. I do love that movie. I might have to revise this and put that in my top 10 because I do love Freaks. Jimmy G, what's going on, man? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Love TCM. Felt like a documentary. They made it look ordinary and real. Yeah, I love the way Mark Borchardt in American Movie, he describes it. He's like, it's one of those those 16mm accident films they would show you in school. It does kind of have that vibe to it. It does feel like a camera's just there and you're just following crazy people around and seeing, oh, this is their day-to-day life type of thing. Yeah, definitely has that documentary feel to it for sure. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Hope you're doing all right. Ungmar said Freaks came out in 1932. Okay, I was a year off. And no, I wasn't alive then. Yeah, I know. You were a couple of years after that, so. And Steven says, I grew up watching the Universal horror movies on TV when I was so young, so I have an appreciation for them to this day. Still love the Wolfman, Creature from the Black Lagoon. Yeah, trust me, I enjoy those movies. I think, Bride of Frankenstein, man. Bride of Frankenstein is a great movie. Bride of Frankenstein's great. Creature from the Black Lagoon is another really good one that still holds up for me. Frankenstein, the original Frankenstein, of course, is great. But yeah, I guess I just don't have that nostalgia for it. I didn't grow up on them. Like my era, like when I grew up, I'm 36 now, so like when we grew up, it was Jason and Freddy and Michael Myers and those types. To me, like all the Frankenstein and Dracula stuff, that was all like monsters and stuff from cartoons that would come out on Halloween and shit, like Count Chocula or something. It was already parodied to death by that point. So, but the original Nosferatu and Freaks, though, those still to this day hold up very, very well. Seth, always a pleasure. Like I said, man, be safe out there. Have a good time. Take lots of pictures. And you got to let me know if they have an all-you-can-eat American buffet in China. I gotta know that. But yeah, have a good one, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bonnie, I really enjoyed this tonight. Thank you. Everyone enjoy your week ahead. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I don't even know what time it is right now, but I know we're about 4 hours, 4.5 hours into this sucker. So yeah, I'm going to call it a night. This was a blast. Appreciate you guys in the chat as always. I'll be back next week doing God knows what. But I do, in a couple of weeks, I will have Grande on. John Grande, Grande's Graveyard. He will be joining me. Can't think of the date off the top of my head, but it'll be the weekend after next. We'll be doing another Ranking Romero episode. I think we're going to do Ranking Romero VHS covers. I think that sounds fun because there's so many out there. So I'm looking forward to having him on. And then, of course, like I said, October, a lot of stuff prepared and a lot of stuff in the works for the upcoming Living Dead weekend that's going to be coming up at the end of October. So got that to look forward to as well. And it's spooky season, so there's always something to look forward to. But yeah, trying to think, forget anything. Shop.alpharomero.store. Just put a new design up today, as a matter of fact, so go check that out. Let me know what you think, and if you feel compelled, pick you up some swag, as the kids say. Give the video a thumbs up. I probably should have said this, 4 hours ago maybe, but hey, if you've made it this long, I guarantee you guys have already given this video a thumbs up. It means a lot. YouTube's going through some bullshit right now. I don't know what they're doing with this whole restricted mode thing, but that's another thing I should have pointed out earlier. But everybody check your YouTube channels, check your settings in YouTube, because YouTube has added some weird setting called restricted mode that if it's turned on, you're probably not seeing most of my content or most any other content you're probably following on YouTube. So keep an eye out on that. It's some AI based thing that they're screwing with, and I've seen a lot of creators and a lot of channels complaining about it lately. So something to keep an eye out for sure. But yeah, appreciate you guys as always in the chat. Thanks as always. Thanks, Rick. Always good to see you, and always good to say your name, my man. Larry says Synth is on his way to Compton for some BIYS. No, Synth is in China right now, so I don't know if that's worse or better than being in Compton right now, but we'll see. Hope he comes back safe and in one piece. We'll say that. Steven, always a pleasure, man. Always good hearing you and hearing your opinion. And you take me to task for my shit. I don't mind. I appreciate it. I enjoy it. There you go. Boys in the Hood filming. I was like, what is BIYS? Now, I don't know. Was anything shot in China? He might track down something in China. I don't think they allow movies in China. They don't allow you to make movies in China. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Good night. Have a good night. I will talk to you soon. Rick, thanks for the heads up, Alpha. Good night. Yeah, everybody keep an eye out for that shit, because I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know. It's pissing people off. We'll just say that. But all right, guys. Have a good rest of the night. I'm gonna get out of here. 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm still alive. Wow. But appreciate you guys as always. Hope you guys have a great rest of the night, great rest of the week. Stay safe, stay prepared. But always, always stay scared.